some of the over 70 businesses. We have some key businesses in Japan, starting from EC, fintech, and digital content. And most of them are leading services in Japan. And we expand so many businesses in Japan, not because we're just trying to make money, but because we're trying to make this Rakuten ecosystem. Think about the web services that you use today. By expanding services into lifestyle, we're able to have many touch points with people. By doing so, with one single Rakuten ID, you have seamless. You can use all the Rakuten services seamlessly, and to strengthen our ecosystem as a point system, we offer a common point system in which you can save and also use Rakuten Ichiba. And now I'd like to go on to our domestic business. So I'm sure you've seen a lot in the morning. This is the graph showing the major countries' annual total retail sales and the EC ratio. So the percentage shows how many percentage of the online retail takes place in each countries. As you can see from the graph, Japan EC ratio is 4.75. Is it low? Is it high? I think it's low. If you compare to some of the leading countries like US, China, and even some of the European countries, our EC ratio is still low. Although it has developed so much, it still shows that we have a lot of room for growth. Rakuten Ichiba's domestic business, about 800 billion Taiwanese dollars over our ecosystem in Japan. And we have over 100 members through Rakuten and almost 90% penetration in Japanese internet users. Our Rakuten Ichiba online shopping mall consists of over 40,000 merchants. And about the market share in the e-commerce in Japan, we have about 1/4 of the market share, leading from Amazon and Yahoo. And to highlight some of the categories, food categories, household accessories, and apparel are some of our strongest categories. And I'll show you why in a little bit. To go into deeper about our business model, we implement B2B2C, business to business to consumer. As I told you about Nabuichi the free trade marketplace. So we basically don't sell products ourselves. What we do is we provide a place where merchants and users can meet. So for merchants, we provide consulting and operating system. In return, we get sales marketing. So for users, we provide campaigns, shopping information, and in turn, they buy products from our merchants, and our merchants get the money from it. So I sort of call this triangle a happy triangle because we are both happy if this is going through it. And just like I mentioned the last time, B2B2C model, we're very shop-centric. Merchants are kings in our online shopping site, whereas a lot of the competitor malls, product tends to be the king, the product-centric. So what this means is that each merchant that have a store in Rakuten can have their own page at their own desire. So you can really focus on not only selling your product, but actually branding, marketing, communication with your customers. So you can really tell them who you are, what you sell, what your products is like, your stories. Everyone's got a story. So we provide, we give freedom for merchants to express themselves as well. And actually, do you guys know the roll cake company called Yanni? They're from Taiwan. Yes, you know it, right? Yeah, it's very good. They just opened in Rakuten Ichiba and doing really, really well. And also on the left, we have Silicon Power, which is also a leading USB company from Taiwan. So to help merchants and make users happy, we run a point system, just like I mentioned. But in recent time, we've gone further, a little further. So what we do is, the more loyal you are, the more points we give. So just like I'll show on the graph, if you have a Rakuten card and also use Rakuten application to buy, or if you even have a credit card, and on top of that you have Rakuten Mobile, then you can save 7 points, 7 times out of your shopping cost. So we're really trying to not, since we penetrated a lot of the market, now is the retaining phase. And in fact, we cover 75% of the common point market in Japan. We give out so much points that our marketing budget is going up. But what we're trying to do is to give points to users so that they have a reason to come back and use our service. Rakuten is also very keen to having a touch point with customers by having an actual store and also actually having an event with like Sogo and Takashimaya, so that we can also provide a real shopping place for our merchants to reach users. On top of that, we put a lot of TV exposure to notify users that we have a big sale that we do once in a quarter, as well as credit card, because by issuing credit cards, it gives more reason for shoppers to use Rakuten. And have you seen this Shopping Panda? I think they have it in Taiwan as well. It looks a little different, but we also use a character as a branding to attract different customers. So essentially, shopping is entertainment. It's in our DNA since our inception in 1997. When you think about buying online, online tends to be a cold place because you're not seeing anybody face to face. But our CEO believed back in 1997 that shopping could be fun, even on the internet. So we try to, everything we do is centralized through shopping as entertainment. That's why we give merchants the freedom to express themselves, freedom to run their own campaigns, freedom to reach their customers. Now I'd like to move on to sell to Japan situation. We allow users to do personal import through Rakuten because there was a lot of demand. I know this is very popular in China and also in Taiwan already, but we enabled merchants to foreign merchants to open a shop with Rakuten and have them ship their products to Japanese users and vice versa. Some of the reason why people do cross-border trading or shop online from overseas is these two categories. One is the access to items not available in the country, and also better prices. So this is one example. My colleague actually goes to the US a lot. And when she visited our U.S. office, she found a really good chocolate shop nearby. But obviously, they haven't expanded their business to Japan yet. So the only way she can get access to this product is actually buying from their website. And I'm sure the same thing happens in Taiwan. This is actually my second time in Taiwan. First time as a business. I used to study abroad in the U.S. and I had a lot of roommates from Taiwan. So I visited here back in 2009. I'm not that old. I had so much fun. It was my first time coming to Taiwan, and everybody was friendly. I sort of found it's kind of similar between Japan and China, sort of like a happy place maybe, having a little bit of Chinese background. So I was exposed to a lot of Taiwanese products, and as one of the most popular souvenir from Taiwan, pineapple cake. Oh, it's great. I'm buying a lot of it this time. But yeah, and it's not. I mean, you can buy it in Japan, but it's not like you can buy it in your store. It's not that available. So it's the same thing when people go abroad. They find something very nice. It's really nice, but unfortunately, it's just not offered in their own domestic country. So you want to make that available. And I think the same thing goes to Taiwan. There's so many great things that's here, but just because of the marketing reason or the cost issue, it's just cannot be found in Japan. And our job is to make a bridge between the product and end users. So, all right. And moving on to the second point. This is just one example of a retail product. New Balance is very popular shoes in Japan, and since it's not sold in Japan, the prices are almost twice as much as you can get in local. It doesn't have to be the same product, but a similar product as well. If I buy, let's say, an iPhone case in Japan, then I can usually get it for maybe like $10 US. But when I go to, my mom lives in Beijing, and there's a famous mall called Silk Market, and then you can buy everything from baked goods to cheap glasses and that, and then you can get it so cheap. You can buy a similar product at much cheaper prices abroad, but because of the the barrier to access, you have to pay premium for those products just because we have some wholesalers or distributors in between. But internet is great because we can overcome that barrier. And so the pie graph shows the category of the market share for each different categories in Japan, and the graph on the right is what a popular cross-border categories. They're sort of similar, and but as you can see, clothing, apparel, PC and consumer products, food and beverage, and furniture, domestically, they usually have the same pie. So just use it as a reference when you go into the Japanese market. And finally, move on to our model. So this is the model that we provide. In the morning, one of the doctors was talking about the options that to overcome the cross-border issue, but we also ran into that problem because until 2 years ago, Rakuten only allowed domestic merchants to sign with us into regulation. Now, because we offer so many services, merchants have to make Rakuten Bank. It's definitely Rakuten's issue, but there's so many regulations that they have to have a Rakuten Bank. They also have to have the credit card payment available in Japan, but Rakuten Card doesn't have a license for foreigners. So you run a lot of troubles, even like ourselves. So we enabled foreign customers or foreign merchants to be able to sell to Japan by having a service partner in between. Even if you don't have a service partner, you run into problems like language, logistics, customer service, and item registration. To list some, there's so many that can go on the list. But actually having a partner in between, who will handle all those issues on behalf of you, and all you have to do is provide product information and also ship the product, then we can get the burden down. But that doesn't mean that the service partner will do everything for you. Just like I told you before, Rakuten gives freedom for merchants to express themselves. It's very important how you want to display your product and adapt it into a local culture. So as myself is in charge of new merchant acquisition, the way we do our sales business is we consult with merchants who are interested in Rakuten. This is sort of the same thing with domestic or overseas. But especially with overseas, many businesses have desire to expand overseas, or maybe it's a part of strategic initiatives, or it's for branding, right? So what we do, or this is my main job, but to provide market entry knowledge and merchandise guidance, and also give you feedback about your product and how you should launch your business in Japan to adapt to the local culture. And so we don't just get you signed up for it. We have to get you ready to do business in Japan. And not only the front side, but after you have a shop in Rakuten, for each merchant, for each one of the 40,000 merchants, there's at least one consultant we call EC consultant, dedicated to your store. Their main job is to increase your sales. Not to mention, because the more sales you have, the more margin you have. So it's a mutual benefit. So it goes kind of like this. It's basic. The formula of sales in EC is access number times conversion rate times average customer spend. So it's made of that quotation. So we basically break down, and let's say you want to target 1 million Taiwanese dollars, and you say, how can I increase my average order value? And we might give you a suggestion that, all right, let's look at the site analytics. We provide a system for merchants so they have a marketing tools, and we assist merchants in how to use that tool as well. And if you want to increase repeated customers, we might recommend you to use our mail. Our mail is also a mail magazine system that we provide from Rakuten. So we also give you marketing tools, marketing tips using our tools as well. And finally, if you want to attract more customers, let's try a limited time offer, which is one of our advertisement menu. So we give you promotional advice as well, depending on your target and also your budget. So we customize marketing scheme for you, one-on-one. And I've chosen, it took me a lot to find some foreign companies that have a shop in Rakuten. And so far, about, I don't know the exact number, but these are some of the ones that I could find that they have their own store in Japan. Some of them have Japanese entity, and some of them don't. But these are just a representative of some famous foreign brands. And now I'd finally like to go on to sell from Japan. So this is in PDF. I was going to show you guys each of the product pages, but we basically offer pages for 4 languages: English, Japanese simplified, Chinese simplified, traditional, and Korean in 4 languages. And we have shipped over 200 countries so far. When I first entered the company and I saw this graph, and I thought, over 200 countries, I thought they were mostly Japanese, Japanese people living abroad. But it turns out that that's not the case. Many people trying to buy Japanese products, they find it through our SEO. So we actually get some local people buying from our website as well. And our CBT sales share by countries, most of the top four countries are Asian countries. So we still get a lot of demand from these countries close. And Taiwan ranks fourth, and I hope you can do better. I know you can beat USA. So I took a look at what item is popular by Taiwanese people, and I found that this smoothie done by Natural Standard is very popular. They were running some campaigns just for Taiwanese users. And by different categories, as you can see, they're mostly fashion. But sports ranks top because the top selling items for sports is golf, sports running shoes, and some fishing as well. They leave really good reviews as well. And for bag and brands, obviously it's the brand products from Japan. Kids, Mickey House, they make a really big share. Men's fashion, some Japanese, I think blue jeans or some jeans companies that do really well. And watch, Seiko, Casio, ladies fashion, and some Japanese cosmetics as well. this is the campaign planning of both Japan and also our CDT for Asia and the US. When you think about entering into a different country, obviously there's a different culture. So different culture means different, not only different language, but different traditions, right? So I mean, the ones that listed on Japan is pretty traditional. I mean, it's universal. But when you look at the cross-border, we try to do Lucky Bag campaign during the New Year, and we also provide a Sakura campaign, which we provide we promote a lot of Japanese food for the Spring Festival. And internationally, especially for Asia, we have the Chinese traditional New Year, so we prepare some for that too, and Singles Day. So it's important because again, going back to our theme, shopping is entertainment. It shouldn't just be a product and cheapest product. That's not fun. Every product has a story, and we try to provide a platform to market that, and also a seasonal, because we want to have fun, we want to learn. So when you actually enter a different foreign country, it's important to think about the local traditions and try to run some campaigns there. Okay, 3 minutes. Well, that's it for my presentation, and this is our point in Empower Taiwan, Empower the World. And my job right now is, I love my job right now. I was born in Guardian. I grew up there until I was 6. Because my grandma is Japanese, but she grew up in Guardian because of the war. And my mom is half, my dad is Chinese. I went to Japan when I was 6 years old. And then I used to play baseball in Japan. And I wanted to take it to the next level, so I went to the US when I was 15. And I spent 8 years there for high school and college. And now I'm back to Japan again, and now I'm in position to reach out to foreign merchants. I mean, nothing more fun than that. And please let me help you expand your business, especially to Japan. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Thank you very much for the very interesting talk. We all feel your passion and enthusiasm. Thank you so much. Thank you. 再次谢谢我们的日本讲师香山克彦，谢谢。那接下来呢，我们要欢迎下面一场的讲师。Next, we would like to welcome our second speaker this afternoon. We are very happy to have Mr. Bjorn Pardo, founder and CEO of Accent Business Solutions Philippines, to share with us his experience. 那接下来呢，让我们掌声欢迎下面一位讲师，来自于菲律宾 Accent 创办人及执行长 ，Ladies and gentlemen, Bjorn Pardo， 掌声欢迎。
Hello everyone. I hope everyone had a good lunch. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Bjorn Pardo. I'm the CEO of Send and also the president of DCOM. And just to give you a background of what those two companies are. Send first, we are an e-commerce logistics company. So we help e-commerce companies with all of their logistics needs, whether it be warehousing, impact, and of course last mile delivery. On the other hand, I also represent DCOM. And DCOM is the Digital Commerce Association of the Philippines. And what we do is we try to just help grow e-commerce in the country and just promote it as best as we can. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Philippines, where we are in terms of e-commerce and the opportunity that there is in the Philippines. So the first thing I'm going to discuss is a definition of what e-commerce is, right? And I'm sure many of you know what e-commerce is, but I'm going to tell you what e-commerce is in the Philippines. So what e-commerce is, the definition that everyone probably knows is that it's a type of business model wherein a firm or individual trades products or services on over the internet, right? But for the Philippines and maybe in some other Southeast Asian countries, we have to tweak that a little bit to make it a little more accurate. And how we do that is we have to add this little addendum that says, regardless of whether the commerce transaction is completed offline or online. And I'll get into more detail of what that means later on. So just to kind of give everyone a background of Southeast Asia, and I'm sure many of you already know this, so I might kind of speed through this, but just to give you an overview. Southeast Asia is the 4th largest internet market in the world. There are 260 million internet users in the region. There's 3.8 million people coming online every month. It's the fastest growing internet market in the world. And there are 700 million mobile connections, right? So it's very, we're a very mobile region. So just a kind of a snapshot of internet users per country. You can pretty much see everything there. There's going to be rapid growth in the next 5 years, as everyone knows. For example, in the Philippines, there's approximately 55 million people online now. By 2020, there's going to be almost 100 million internet users. So now to kind of get a little more in detail about the Philippines. We're a very social nation. 94% of all internet users have a Facebook account. 66% watch YouTube. Again, we're a very mobile nation. There's 142% penetration rate in terms of mobile phones. 40 to 50 million internet users. And smartphone penetration right now is about 24%, but that's growing as well. So all of these, we're almost at this tipping point where e-commerce is going to explode. Everything's growing, and we're almost there. So everything's pointing towards massive growth in the next few years. So I'll talk a little bit more about now specifically the e-commerce market and what's happening in the Philippines. So as you can see, right now, in terms of the percentage of e-commerce, that's right now it's about 0.5%. But generally you will see that it's less than 1% depending on the source. And again, everything, every year it is increasing. It's increasing, and hopefully by 2025 it will be at 5%. Right? And in every country, it's just massive growth all the way around. I mean, I hope that we can kind of grow it faster, and I think there's a lot of things that we can do to kind of kickstart all of these things to kind of make it grow faster. So right now, if you look at the top 5 e-commerce sites in the Philippines right now, you'll see that 2 of them are group buying or deal sites. One's a classified ad site. The other 2 are kind of B2B, B2C, or B2B2C sites. And you can see that there's really no C2C marketplace up here, right? So it's C2C, from what we can see here, is that there's a huge opportunity for C2C. It's very fragmented right now. So there's a huge opportunity there. And I'm just going to share some demographics from, some data from Send, right? Send, again, we are a logistics company. We focus primarily on e-commerce, right? And so this is kind of a summary of what e-commerce looks like right now in the Philippines. So we're very young, right? 83% are between 18 to 34. Again, right now, the Philippine e-commerce is dominated by females. There's a lot of female goods going around, from accessories, makeup, cosmetics, clothing. There's a few Taiwanese companies in the Philippines right now, and I can tell you, vast majority of them are focused on female goods. And this will, I guess, better explain to you the definition of e-commerce for the Philippines. The payments is a little, it's very different from what you would see here, right? The vast majority is cash-based. The Philippines is a cash-based society until now. You can see that 60% is COD, 30% are over-the-counter or cash payments, and 10% or even less is fully digital. So anyone kind of entering the Philippines has to kind of take that, keep that in mind. You really have to consider cash payments. It could make or break your company, definitely. We see massive growth in terms of buyers experiencing the internet because of COD. Actually, the COD numbers might even be higher. So definitely something to take into account. So now I'll talk a little about the future and maybe how much we've grown in the last few years. Again, this is data coming from SEN, so this is something that you're not necessarily going to see in any other report. So this is our own research and our own data. So being that we are a logistics company, we focus primarily on the small business side of things, right? So we try to help small businesses grow their business and just kind of run their whole business easier through affordable and efficient shipping. So what we've seen in the last 5 years is we've seen the number of items that people are selling per day is doubled, right? It doesn't seem like that big of a jump, but it's growing at a faster rate now. But in the last 5 years, it's doubled in terms of what people are selling, what these individual sellers are selling. It's doubled. And anyone who's interested in entering the Philippines, this is something that's very relevant and important to know that, if you were just to rewind maybe 5 years ago, the vast majority of e-commerce buying was happening within Metro Manila, which is 85%, right? And only 15% was happening outside of Manila. Now, if you were to look at it, the outside of Metro Manila shipments have exceeded the Metro Manila, and there's a lot that has happened in the last 5 years that is caused this to happen, right? From internet penetration going up to mobile penetration going up, increasing. Everything's increasing, so you're seeing people from all over the country buying online. Again, this is kind of more representative of B2B and B2C, the B2B and B2C side of things. So again, we just rewind 5 years ago, and B2B, B2C wasn't really that mature yet. So we would see maybe 3 people integrating with our APIs. Now that it's in the hundreds, right? And this is, again, everything is just kind of growing at a super fast pace. So rewind 5 years ago, dominated by C2C. Now we're seeing a lot of B2B, B2C kind of coming in right now. Again, just to kind of illustrate, how much growth has happened in the last couple of years. Now, if you just rewind maybe 2 years ago, in terms of, again, SEN, this is data from SEN. Our pickups have increased 100% deliveries have increased 88%, and for this year, this is going to definitely be a huge increase. Here's another interesting stat is that, again, rewind maybe 5 years ago, we're onboarding 500 new merchants every month. Now we're onboarding almost 7,000 every month. And it just shows you that everyone wants to participate in e-commerce. Everyone is excited. It's just a matter of providing everyone the tools necessary to succeed. Because I can tell you that of these 7,000 people who are signing up every month, not all of them are going to be successful right off the bat. There are definitely a lot of challenges from the platform that you're on, to the payments, to logistics, and even in sourcing. So this is something that we are experimenting with as Send is. We're seeing, again, 7,000 people signing up every month, but less than half of them are starting to ship within the first 30 days. And we reached out to these people and asked them, why haven't you started selling or shipping yet? Right? And the common theme that we've seen is that many of these people are very excited. They can set up an online store real fast. They can do, even on, many people sell on social media, Facebook, Instagram. As far as the payment method goes, the most basic form would be to open a bank account, which is free. Facebook is free. And then for logistics, you can use Send, or there's many other companies that can handle their logistics. But what we're seeing is now, once you have all these three tools in place, many people kind of hit this roadblock of what am I going to sell, and that's what we've seen. So there's definitely a lot of opportunity in helping people source products from other countries. What we're doing initially is we're helping people import from the US and kind of resell in the Philippines, just to kind of get this other half of people who are signing up to get started and kickstart their business, right? And there's definitely a lot of opportunity there. What we're seeing, we're getting a lot of people asking, can we open up our platform to help them import from Korea, from China, and also Taiwan. So a lot of opportunity there that maybe not many people know about. And maybe I'll discuss a little about some challenges in the Philippines that everyone should be aware of before entering the market, and I'll kind of enumerate some of them now. So one of the biggest challenges is funding. Right? There are a lot of startups. The startup scene is relatively young, but there's a lot of interesting things going on. Payment, again, like I said, payment is dominated by cash, so there's a lot of room for improvement there. Even if I'm not saying to forget about cash, but maybe there's a more efficient way to deal with the cash. Internet infrastructure, I think that's something that is a challenge in many countries, but I think there's been a lot of improvement in the last couple of years. Logistics infrastructure, it's generally, I guess, a little harder in the Philippines, because we are comprised of 7,000 islands, so logistics does become a challenge at some points, but again, there's been a lot of changes in the past couple of years to make things better. And just as in general, the Philippines is a low trust society in a way, which is partly why COD is also very popular. So definitely something to think about. And now I'm going to talk about the potential of the Philippines, right? And just a few things. We're a very young population, so 62% of the population is below the age of 30. So what that means is that 62% of everyone is tech savvy. Everyone knows how to, all these people know how to use a smartphone. All these people are familiar with the internet. So there's a huge advantage right there. In terms of the retail gross floor area of offline retail compared to our neighbors, it's low. So offline retail is under penetrated. So there's a lot of room for online. We're very socially connected. Like I said in my previous slide, most people have Facebook. If you were to compare, kind of social media between Philippines and China, the percentage of people on social media is actually higher. Again, mobile as an e-commerce driver, we're at 25% smartphone penetration right now, but we are expected to hit 35% by next year, and that's usually, in terms of the, globally, this is kind of the tipping point of when kind of e-commerce starts to really kind of grow exponentially. So it's not the only driver, but it's definitely one of the major ones. So anyone thinking about the Philippines, it's really now is a really great time. And again, everything's growing. Private consumption growth is at 6.1% this year, and it's expected to grow very at this rate for the foreseeable future. And just some kind of last stats about the Philippines is everything is growing, right? If you were to look at internet penetration, the 5-year growth rate 11%, smartphone penetration 33%, e-commerce penetration 34%. So everything is on its way up. Now I believe now is the time. There's a lot of opportunity from C2C platforms to improving payments to product sourcing to pretty much every facet of e-commerce. So if anyone's more interested about talking about this in more detail, please feel free to approach me, or you can email me. I'll be happy to discuss or help anyone out. So that's it for me. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Bjorn Pardo, founder and CEO of Send. Thank you so much. You may return to your seat, and we actually have a panel discussion session in the very end of this afternoon. So if you have any questions regarding our speakers' presentations, you may save your questions, and maybe we have some time for you to raise questions during the panel discussion session. Thank you once again to Bjorn Pardo. Thank you. And our next speaker is from Japan. 那接下来呢，我们要有请下面一位讲师哦。Our next speaker is Mr. Shota Naoi. And our next speaker is not here yet, so maybe we will want to know whether our next speaker after that is here with us or not. 我们想请问一下是不是我们第4个场次的李婉玲营运长有没有在现场？有没有在现场 ？Okay, now we have our speaker here. Sorry for that. And now we'd like to welcome our speaker of the 3rd session this afternoon, Mr. Shota Naoi. He is the president of Pencil Japan. 那接下来呢，我们要有请日本 Pencil 直井胜太社长 来为我们演讲 ，and the topic is the e-commerce in Japan. He will be sharing his experiences and also talking about the trends and also outlook of the Japanese market. 让我们有请直井胜太社长为我们演讲的题目是前进日本电商市场发展经验以及展望。我们掌声欢迎。
まずは本日はですね、この貴重な会にお招きをいただきまして、誠にありがとうございます。皆さんスピーカーしていただいて、私個人としましてはですね、台湾は非常にゆかりの深い場所でございます。私の祖父もですね、実は台湾で昔事業の方をフランスでしていました。そして私の妻もですね、実は台湾の方でございます。そして今年になってですね、その間に娘が生まれまして、日本と台湾のハーフの娘が生まれました。これからですね、本当に日本と台湾に架け橋になるような存在に育ってほしいというふうに親ながらに思っております。そういった中で私自身も事業としてもビノスグループの子会社の転送株式会社というところで、実際に台湾に子会社の方をさせていただいて、事業の方を行っております。まずビノスグループに関して簡単にお話をさせていただきたいというふうに思うんですけれども、ビノスグループはですね、1999年に設立をさせていただいた会社になります。もともとは日本国内で e コマース事業を行っている会社になりますけれども、近年の特徴としては、クロスボーダービジネスを中心に事業の方を伸ばしていく会社であるというところが特徴であるというふうに考えております。そういったビノスグループの代表をさせていただいて、今日どういったお話をさせていただくかというところなんですが、まずは皆さんに日本の e コマースの現状についてお話をさせていただきたいというふうに考えています。非常に皆さんがどれほどの知識があるのかということを存じ上げない中でお話をさせていただきますので、非常に薄い内容もあるかと思いますが、それに関してはご容赦をいただきたいというふうに思います。その後にですね、実際にお話しさせていただくのが、日本のeコマースの現状についてお話をさせていただくうちに、そういった中で、ビノスグループがどういった戦略を取ってきたのかということに関してお話をさせていただければというふうに考えています。では、させていただきたいというふうに思います。日本のインターネットビジネスの年表をいただきます。一つ日本語と中国語は中国語で進めたという特殊ですけれども、まず1994年頃に日本ではですね、プロバイダーがあると始まりまして、インターネット自体の幕開けというところが生まれました。そして1997年、先ほど加山さんがお話をされましたけれども、日本でも e コマース事業が本格的に稼働し始めたのはこの時期になります。皆さんもしかしたらご存知いただいているかもしれませんが、この時期に日本ではヤフーさんや楽天、そしてその次でアマゾンさんが参入しているということが決まっています。そして1991年に入ってアイモールサービスが開始をしました。このアイモールサービスというのはご存知の方いらっしゃるかと思いますけれども、日本のですね、モバイル普通のプラットフォームということが決まっています。このアイモールサービスが本格的に普及をして、インターネットの利用者の割合というのは急増するということがその後、そのインターネット、ブロードバンドが普及をするにつれて、例えば、広告事業であったりとか、さまざまな事業が広がっていくという流れになります。そして、2008年に、iPhone を使うことが日本で非常に大きな特徴でございました。これを機にですね、ソーシャルメディアの方が非常に普及をしています。台湾も同じかと思いますけれども、Facebook や Twitter というサービスが日本に入ってきたのは、この時期になっています。そして iPhone が普及するにつれて日本でもスマートフォンが非常に普及をしました。結果として LINE というのはですね、メッセージングアプリが日本に普及します。そして近年の特徴としては、こちらは皆さんご存じない方もいらっしゃるかと思いますが、一番右にありますメルカリというのはですね、C2C のスマホを使ったマーケットプレイスの方が非常に急速にシェアをされているというところが であるというふうに考えられています。それはですね、以前からやはりネットが出てくる前からですね、アナログ通販やテレビ通販など、さまざまな通販の形が日本国内で続いていたこともあってですね、このインターネットということが必要なんです。そして、びっくりするんですけど、私のですね、父親、60代、70代の方が現在、スマートフォンを使っている方が非常に増えています。なんでその60代、70代の方々がスマートフォンを使い始めたのかということなんですが、一つ大きいのは、LINE の登場というものがあるかと思います。孫や息子さんとですね、連絡を取る際に LINE というツールを使いたいというところがきっかけになってですね、スマートフォンを利用する方々が増えています。結果として、ネットショッピングを利用される方も増えているというのが日本の特徴だというふうに考えています。これ、台湾も似ているかもしれません。そして、日本の e コマースの市場規模に関してです。B2C の e コマースの市場規模になりますけれども、2010年にはですね、7.8兆円あった市場規模が 76.8% 増しまして、2015年には 13.8 兆円というところまで広がっております。では実際に日本国内で買い物されていらっしゃる方、いろんなサービスがあるんですが、スマートフォン、タブレット、PC、どういったものを使ってお買い物しているのかというところなんですが、これも台湾に非常に出ると思うんですが、2016年にはですね、スマートフォンを使ってお買い物していらっしゃる方の比率が65.8%ということで、PC を多く使わます。これ2倍以上。これは先ほどのスマートフォンに比例してスマートフォン経路をお買い物している方が多いということは一つの例だというふうに考えられます。もう一つ、日本の e コマースの特徴でございますけれども、2015年においてはですね、日本の e コマース市場において、上位3社がですね、すでに約 70% の比率でですね、これまで差がついているというところが特徴だというふうに思います。ちょっと説明させていただきますけれども、Y 社というのはヤフーですね。R 社というのは先ほどお話があった楽天さんになります。そして A 社というのはアマゾンというところで、この3社で約 70% のシェアを持っていることが特徴だというふうに思います。一方で、EC 化率という数字を出させていただいたんですが、この 4.75% というのは EC 化率というものの数字になります。これは実際にそのものが流通している中で、インターネットを介して購入させていただく比率の数字になります。こちらに関してはですね、まだ 4.75% というところで、まだまだ実はですね、マーケット、インターネットの e コマースのマーケットの比率が低いというのが現状です。僕らが考えているのは、まだまだこの数字は低いと思ってますので、もっともっと市場は大きくなるというふうに考えているようなと思います。まとめさせていただきますけれども、EC 化率に関してはですね、やはり 4.7%、まだまだ伸びしろがあるマーケットであるというふうに考えているということと、もう一つは、やはり大手マーケットプレイスの変化が進んでいるというところが、日本のマーケットの特徴であるというふうに考えます。そういった中で、B のグループが本日は戦略についてちょっとお話をさせていただいて、皆さんご参考になればというふうに思います。先ほどもちょっとお話をさせていただきましたけれども、私どもは1999年に事業の方を開始をしております。この時というのはですね、インターネットを使ってコマースビジネスをやろうという目的で設立をさせていただきました。この時にですね、実は僕たちはですね、B2C のサービスと B2B のマーケットプレイスののサービスを行っていました。当時、楽天さんがモール事業を開始されていて、非常にマーケットを伸ばす技術がある中で、私どもマーケットプレイス事業をやってみようということで、いろんな方々が出資をいただいて、マーケットプレイス事業を開始いたしました。しかし、やはりマーケットプレイス事業に関してはですね、先行者ベースとして大きく、先ほどの楽天さんにですね、大きく差をつけられるというところが顕著になっていまして、私も結構早めにイニシアチブをやって、2000年にはですね、マーケットプレイス事業を売却するという判断をしました。そしてそこで目をつけたのが、先ほどの年表の中でi モードという話をさせていただきましたけれども、モバイルを使ってインターネットをするというのが非常に普及し始めていたので、それは今このタイミングでですね、モバイルに特化していくまでサービスをするということで、ネットプライスというサービスを開始をしました。こちら らの方が非常に伸びてですね、日本国内のモバイルマーケットeコマースの中ではナンバーワンというのをして、東南アジアの方に上場させていただくということができました。その後ですね、モバイルコマースで事業を行っていたんですが、先ほどの話の後にですね、楽天さんやアマゾンさんが非常に事業を戻されていたということもあって、国内だけの普通のコマースをやってるんですが、なかなか実証がないんではないかというところが、この2004年
全然違いますね。はい、失礼しました。続けさせていただきたいと思いますけれども、2006年とですね、この時期にデファクトスタンダードというサービスを開始をしています。ここだとですね、ちょうどこれです2006年ですね、こちらの内容になりますけど、このサービスは何かと申し上げると、インターネット上でお申し込みをいただいた時のブランド品の宅配買取事業というところをやらせていただいています。お客様がインターネット上で当社のサービスにお申し込みいただくとですね、段ボール箱をお客様のご自宅まで送ります。でお客様はその中にですね、不要になったアパレル商材やブランド品を入れて当社の倉庫まで送り返していただきます。でそのうちに私もはその箱の中に入っている服をですね、検品をさせていただいて、中古で買い取りをさせていただくという事業を行っています。でこれを始めた時期というのはですね、日本国内でご存知の方いらっしゃるかもしれませんが、ヤフオークションという C2C のオークションマーケットプレイスが非常に伸びていた時期もあってですね、中古の売買事業が伸びるのではないかということで、この時期にそういったビジネスを開始をさせていただきました。結果としてこの市場が非常に伸びましてですね、おかげさまで、ちょうど1ヶ月ほど前にこのデファクトスタンダードは東証マザーズの方に上場させていただくというところまで成長をしております。でこの会社の強みというのはですね、一つありまして、中古のですね、商材の価格データベースを持っているというところが強みになっています。インターネット上のヤフーオークションや、その他の e コマースサイトはですね、中古での販売価格というものをクロードして、そのデータベース化をしています。したがってお客様が送ってくださったその商品、いくらで買い取れば自分たちは利益が出るのかということが、即座に分かるというところが特徴になっています。したがって商品が到着してから、基本的にはその基準に査定をさせていただいて、もうその価格をお客様に通知をさせていただいて、買い取りをさせていただくという形で事業の方を進めさせていただいております。でもう一つはですね、ブランド品も含めた査定のノウハウというところがあります。どうしても例えばグッチだったりですとかシャネルだったりですとか、さまざまなバッグ、偽物が非常に多くあるんですが、私どもはその商材の真贋の偽物かどうかというところのチェックする項目もデータベース化をしています。したがって商品が届いて偽物を買い取ってしまうということはないので、被害がなくですね、サービスが提供できているというところが強みになっていると思います。そして2007年ですね、こちらにショップやラインという会社書かせていただいておりますけれども、2007年にショップやラインという会社を立ち上げさせていただいています。これが僕らがクロスボーダービジネスに乗り出した最初のタイミングになっています。でこの当時2007年、なぜこのクロスボーダー事業を始めたのかというところなんですが、そこも先ほどお話しさせていただいた通り、やはり日本国内のマーケットプレイスが非常に強くなっていたので、また違うところに特色を作っていこうというところで、クロスボーダービジネスを始めました。できっかけとしてはアメリカのイーベさんとのアライアンスというところが一つあります。当時アメリカのイーベさんが日本のマーケットにどんどん進出をしたいというふうに考えていらっしゃいましたが、なかなかうまくいかないというところがありました。でそれはやはり日本のマーケットを熟知していなかったというところに大きな原因があるかと思います。そういった中で、日本国内の e コマース市場にですね、強い私どもに目をつけていただいて、実際にアライアンスをさせていただいてですね、アメリカの eBay の商品を日本でも買えるようにサービスを作っていこうという形を作りました。もしかしたら皆さんのお聞きしたことはあるかもしれませんが、代理購入という形でアメリカの eBay さんの商材を日本でも買えるようにさせていただいております。で続いて2008年に、今日本題にもなるんですが、転送株式会社という会社を設立させていただいております。でこれは逆にですね、日本の商材を海外にもっと販売していこうというふうに考えて作ったサービスになっています。 で当時この2008年当時なんですが、私もさまざまな実はトライをしています。ここでネットに書かせていただいているのはですね、実はうまくいったものだけでして、この限りにはもう失敗した事業がたくさんありました。で特に一番大きく失敗してしまったのはですね、2008年に実は中国のアリババさんと提携をさせていただいて、日本の商品をですね、中国に販売しようという事業を、かなり資金を投下して開始をさせていただきました。またですね、当時2008年当時は実は円高という状況もあって、日本の商材を海外で販売するには商品が高すぎるという問題があって、なかなかうまくいかずですね、2年ほどで撤退するという経験も実はこのタイミングでさせていただいております。その傍らで非常に大きく伸びたのがこの転送株式会社という事業になるんですが、この事業は何かというところですけれども、まず最初にやらせていただいたのは海外転送事業という形になっています。これは台湾の方の利用者も非常に多いサービスになるんですが、日本の商材を購入しようと思った際に、日本の e コマースサイトはですね、海外への発送というのをほとんど対応していなかったんですね、当時。実はそれは今もあまり大きく変わっていないんですが、そういった中で、じゃあ僕らがですね、代わりに海外のお客様の代わりに日本で商品をお受け取りして、発送してみたら実際にご利用される方がいるんじゃないかというところで立ち上げたのがこの事業になっています。使い方は非常にシンプルで、海外のお客様が転送コムに登録をいただくと、転送用の住所を付与というふうに書かせていただきますが、転送アドレスを発行させていただきます。これは日本の住所になるんですが、お客様はこの住所を使って各日本の e コマースサイトでお買い物をされます。そうしますと、日本の e コマースサイトはその日本国内の住所に発送するだけでいいので、オペレーションを変えずにですね、海外のお客様の対応ができるというサービスになっています。あと私どもが日本国内で商品をお受け取りをして、海外送料をお客様が頂戴して海外発送させていただくというサービスになっています。続いて右側にあるのが代理購入事業の場合というサービスになります。でこちらは先ほどのイーベイさんの話と少し近いんですけれども、日本の e コマースサイトさんのですね、商品情報自体をこの BuyE というサイトの中に全て投入をしていただきます。でそれをですね、その後英語化、中国化を私の方にさせていただいて、海外のお客様はこの BuyE というサイト内で注文をすると、日本の商品が購入できるという仕組みになっています。でこの2つのサービスを今進めているんですけれども、実は日本国内のですね、e コマースサイトさんとの提携というのを、創業以来一生懸命やってまいりました。で累計で今ではですね、約1350のサイトと提携させていただいております。これ書かせていただいておりますけれども、先ほど加山さんがいらっしゃった楽天さんであったりですとか、ヤフーさん、そういった数々の素晴らしい協賛と提携をさせていただいております。でこれ提携と申し上げているのは、日本の e コマースサイトさんがですね、海外に商品を販売したいといった際に、私どものこの転送コムやこの BuyE というサービスをお使いいただいて、海外のお客様の対応をいただくというところを提携というふうに呼ばせていただいております。でこの事業がですね、実は一番大きく伸びたのは2011年に、すみません、失礼しました。2013年になります。でこれが大きく伸びたきっかけというのは、実は2013年、2012年末になりますけれども、日本では安倍総理が首相になられてですね、アベノミクスという政策を打ち出しました。結果として円安に非常に触れましてですね、世界の方が日本商品を非常に買いやすい状況が作られたのがこの2013年です。でこのタイミングで取り扱いが倍々で増えていきまして、今では200億円ほど日本の商品を海外に販売させていただくという規模まで成長しています。で特にこの際にご利用いただいていたのは、中国の方々が非常に多く利用されています。本当に日本では爆買いという言葉があるんですけれども、それぐらい中国の方々が日本のウェブサイトに殺到して日本の商品を購入されるというのがこの2013年から始まっています。でそして私はもう一つ広げてきたことがもう一つあります。それは海外でのインキュベーション活動という形になります。先ほど2008年に中国、上海の方に進出をさせていただいて、そこで撤退をしたという話をさせていただきましたけれども、私どもがそこで感じたのはですね、やはり中国においてもアリババさんのようなマーケットプレイスの非常に強さというものを肌で感じました。そこで私どもは撤退して帰ってきてからですね、2010年ほど頃から 海外、特にネクストチャイナと呼ばれる、中国の次に成長するであろうマーケットの、マーケットプレイスに投資をしようということで活動を開始しました。で結果として2011年、インドネシアにおいてはですね、この一番右下にありますけれども、トコペディアさんというところの会社の出会いがあって、トコペディアという会社に出資をさせていただいています。これは非常に大きく成長されてまして、インドネシアの中でナンバーワンのマーケットプレイスになりつつあります。まさしくネクストアリバさんの、急先鋒というふうに言われている存在になっています。でその他にも、インドの、ショートクルーズであったりですとか、さまざまな国のマーケットプレイスの方に、投資をさせていただいております。本日いらっしゃるところで申し上げると、ベトナムにおいては仙道さんというマーケットプレイスの方に投資をさせていただいていて、こちらも今ベトナムでナンバー2のマーケットプレイスまで成長しております。こういった世界のマーケットプレイスと出資関係を作らさせていただきながら、日本の商材も含めてクロスボーダーで取引をしていくというのが私が今描いている戦略になっています。そういった経験から私どもがクロスボーダーでやる際に、皆さんにご参考になるような点についてちょっとお話をさせていただきたいというふうに思っています。非常にシンプルな話なので、もうそんなの分かっているよという方いらっしゃるかと思いますけれども、そちらに関してはご容赦をいただければと思います。まず、FEC と言われますクロスボーダーで海外に販売をしようと思った際に、2つやり方があるというふうに思います。これは日本から例えば中国に販売するときの例になるんですが、まず1つはですね、この在庫をどちらに持つのかというのは非常に大きな分かれ目になります。この左側に書かせていただいたのは、在庫を日本に持ちながら、商売を行う形になっています。でそして右側は、保税区などを活用した在庫を販売国、今回でいうと中国に持ちながら、ビジネスをやるようなケース、こういった2つのやり方があるというふうに考えています。当然両方メリットデメリットがあるというふうに思っています。在庫をですね、販売国に持つということは当然ユーザビリティが高くなっていきます。でそれは例えば物流コストですね、物流納期もそうなんですが、在庫を中国、その販売国に置いていれば当然ながらユーザー移植スピードが速いというところがあると思います。一方で先ほども言わせていただきましたけれども、中国に持つということは在庫リスクが発生します。で一方、一挙一型ビューに私は言わせていただいてますけれども、在庫を日本に持ちながら販売するケースではですね、やっぱり在庫リスクがないというところが非常に大きくメリットになると思います。一方で個別で配送する形になりますので、送料がかかってしまったりですとか、もしくはお客様の手元に届くまでのスピードが遅いというような問題があるかというふうに思っています。でそしてもう一つ、海外に進出する時の手段として、こちらも大きく分けて2つあると思っています。一つは、販売国のこのマーケットプレイスに出品する方法。でそしてもう一つは、自分たちのサイトとして越境 EC サイトを作ってしまうという方法。大きく分けてこの2つの方法があるというふうに考えています。これもですね、当然メリット、デメリットがあります。マーケットプレイスに出品をした場合、一番いいポイントとしてはやはり集客のところです。そして顧客の信頼というのが非常に強いので、そういった部分では非常にメリットがあるというふうに思っています。またそのシステムを構築する手間もないというのもメリットだというふうに思います。一方でデメリットとしてはやっぱり手数料が発生してしまう。これは人によって高い、安い、感じる、それぞれあるかと思うんですが、手数料が発生してしまうというところはデメリットだというふうに思います。そしてもう一つ、これはルールに制約されるというふうに書かせていただきましたけれども、私もやっぱり世界のいろんなマーケットプレイスとお付き合いをさせていただいていて感じるのは、各国のマーケットプレイスによってルールがもう全然違うというところ、ここは非常に難しいポイントだと思います。例えば日本のマーケットプレイスにおいてはですね、商品の画像に文字を入れるということは OK なんですね。一方で例えばアメリカのマーケットプレイスにおいては商品の画像にですね、文字を入れてしまうと NG になってしまったりですね、実は同じ画像を使って商売ができないとか、さまざまな問題があります。そういったように各国のマーケットによって条件が違うというところが一つ制約条件だというふうに考えています。一方で自社対応 EC サイトをやる際にはですね、一番メリットとしては ノウハウの獲得、そして顧客を自分たちのものにできるというところは一番大きなメリットだというふうに思っています。一方でデメリットとしてはですね、非常にリソースや費用がかかるというところはデメリットだというふうに思っています。例えば決済サービス一つとってもですね、今日もいろんな方々がお話をされていらっしゃるかと思いますが、クレジットカードが普及している国もあれば、銀行振り込みがメインの国もある、そして一方でペーパルやリペイさんのような新しい決済サービスもある、そういったものを一つ一つ自分でつないでいくというのは非常に手間がかかります。マーケットプレイスであればそういったものが問題なくつながれているというところは一つ大きな差があるというふうに考えています。したがってここで、これはあくまで私のお勧めでございますけれども、皆さんがどういった商材を持っているのかによって対応していく方法が変わるというふうに思っています。一つは例えば単品商品を物販する、例えばですね、自社でコスメの商品を持っていて商品の SKU 数が非常に少ない場合、こういった場合というのはもう自分たちで売り出したい商品が決まっていますので、そういった場合は積極的に各国のマーケットプレイスを活用して商売されるということをお勧めしたいというふうに思います。一方で自社でもし小売店でさまざまな化粧品を扱っていたり、さまざまなアパレル商材を使っているという場合に関してはですね、できれば先ほどの越境型で販売をするという形をお勧めしたいというふうに思っています。なぜかというところになるんですが、やはり商品数が多い中でその在庫を各国に持つといきなりやってしまうとですね、どうしても在庫リスクが発生するというところが非常に大きな問題になっています。まずは多少 UW が低いんですが、この越境型で EC を始めることで実際に自分たちの商材がどこで販売すると売れるのかというところが見えてきます。そして何が売れるのかというのが見えてきます。おそらくそれはそんなに多い量ではないかもしれません、最初は。しかしその兆しを使って、売れるアイテムが分かっていた際に、その次に、各国のマーケットプレイスにその商材を販売していくという流れを取るということを私も日本ではお勧めをしております。まとめさせていただきますけれども、もし皆さんが日本で商売をされたいというふうにお考えの場合にはですね、日本国内においてもマーケットプレイスは非常に河川化進んでいます。そういった中では今日学研さんもいらっしゃいましたけれども、マーケットプレイスを活用してまずはご商売されるというのはお勧めであります。そういったところを考えながらご商売の方をしていただければというふうに思っています。で最後にクロスボーダー展開するにあたって皆さんに注意いただきたい点が2つございます。でそれはですね、先ほどちょっと為替の話をさせていただきましたけれども、やっぱりクロスボーダーでビジネスをする際にこの為替の変動というのは非常に大きな事業リスクになります。特に各国に在庫を持って販売をするなどの方法を取られる際、この円高円安の変動というのは非常に注意深くやる必要があると思います。弊社で申し上げると、この、本当に2年3年ですね、約 50% ほど為替が変動しました。これは本当に大きな変化でした。もともと円高の時にはですね、先ほどのショックエアラインという輸入の日本向けの事業が非常に成長していたんですが、一方で急に円安を迎えると逆に輸出の事業が伸びるという大きな変化がありました。こういったリスクに関しては皆さんご注意をされてビジネスをされるということをお勧めしたいというふうに思っています。私もはインとアウト両方のビジネスをやることで、こちらに関しては決定させていただいているというところになっています。そして、もう一つ、このクレジットカードの不正利用というところに関して最後にご注意申し上げたいというふうに思っています。どうしても国をまたいでビジネスをやっていくとですね、犯罪に巻き込まれるケースというのはございます。そういった中でクレジットカードの不正利用というのは世界的に増えています。商品を販売したのにお金が最終的に回収できないという問題が多くあります。当社としてはそういったクレジットカードの不正利用のチェックを専門体制を作ってやっておりますけれども、まず最初ビジネスをやられるのであればマーケットプレイスなどを活用されてですね、そういったところにも対応するというところがいいんではないかというふうに書かせていただいております。最後にリスクについて非常にお話をさせていただきましたけれども、私もやっぱりリスクよりもこのチャンスの方が圧倒的にクロスボーダービジネスには多いというふうに思っています。自社の商品が実は思わぬところでいきなり人気になって売れるということが多々発生します。 皆さんもぜひこういったクロスボーダーのビジネスを展開されてご商売をされていることをお勧めしたいというふうに思います。本日はご清聴ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。直井さん、またちょっと時間がありますので、ちょっと質問、皆さんから質問を受けても大丈夫ですか？
はい、もちろん。
我们这个社长他不会参加最后的这个综合讨论的时间哦，所以现在我们还有一点点时间，不知道现场贵宾有没有要提问的。Mr. Naoi won't be joining us for the panel discussion, so if you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and wait until our staff pass the microphone to you. 大家有没有任何问题的？一两个问题，把握一下这个我们社长的这个时间啊。大家有没有要提问的？用中文或英文都可以。我们现场都有这个同步口译。大家有没有任何问题的 ？Any questions from the crowd? Yes, please.
那我注意到他们有在台湾设了一家分公司，我想多了解一下台湾这家分公司将扮演什么样的角色，怎么样帮台湾厂商打入日本市场？谢谢。
はい、ありがとうございます。まず台湾の子会社に関しては、その転送株式会社の子会社を設立をさせていただいています。でも大きく目的は2つあってですね、マーケティング活動を行うというところが1つ。でそしてもう1つは、カスタマーサポートを含めて顧客対応を行うというところで、実際に行わせていただいています。で、私も今後、日本の企業が台湾に進出にあたってですね、非常に重要なことがあるというふうに思っているんですが、実は日本の今の、国内の企業さんというのはですね、実際海外に行くということに対して、非常にためらっていらっしゃる方が多くいらっしゃいます。でそれは大きい理由としてはですね、自社の商品を海外に持っていったとしても売れないんじゃないかというふうに考えているのが一つ。そしてもう一つは、実際にそれを行うためのノウハウを一切持っていないというのが二つ。よく社内で多分話をされていることなんですが、社長がですね、もうそろそろ海外でビジネスやるぞというふうに言ってもですね、担当者は1人2人つけてもなかなか進まないというような問題になっています。で私どもが今転送株式会社が支援をしているのは、日本の企業さんが海外で販売する際に、先ほどのようなバイのようなサービスを使って、海外に進出するということをご支援させていただいております。でやり方というのはですね、例えば台湾の消費者の方にとってベストな方法では私もないというふうに思っています。ただ、日本の企業さんが海外に販売をする一番最初のきっかけとしては非常にいいサービスだというふうに思っています。なぜなら、海外の対応するにあたって必要なソリューションというのは全て私が提供しているからになります。カスタマーサポート、決済、物流、さまざまなところ全て私もが提供しています。で私もただ考えているのは、このサービスを使って世のeコマース企業さんがまずデビューで自社の商品がまさか台湾で売れるとは思っていないですね。でそれがいざ台湾で売れると、それは例えば月100万でも50万でもいいかもしれません。でそれが売れるということが分かった後が非常に重要でして、売れると分かった後にじゃあ次の展開をどうするのかということが非常に重要になります。そういった際に私もお勧めしているのが、自分たちで台湾に在庫を持ってしっかりとビジネスをしていきましょうという提案になります。今さまざまな台湾の小売店さんとお話をさせていただいているのはその点になっています。日本の商材でもうすでに人気のあるものというのは台湾にも多く売られていると思いますが、次に火がつく商材というのはやっぱりインターネットがきっかけを作ることが非常に多くあります。でそこで見つけたその種というものをしっかりと分析をして台湾でしっかりと商売する、そういったサポートを台湾国内の転送株式会社でサポートしていきたいというふうに考えています。
Okay, we can take one more question. 有没有？我们大概时间还可以再接受一个问题，有没有人要提问的 ？Yes, in the very back. 我们在后面这边有一位先生提问。
不好意思，我用中文哦。我知道Ben 公司在日本有700多员工，是应该是相当大的一个商社的 company 哦。那我刚才看到简报中有好像要有准备到东南亚做好像已经有一些分公司了。那是不是未来台湾的业者有兴趣，除了日本市场可以透过 Balance 可以做一些商品销售之外，也可以透过 Balance 的服务 做到整个东南亚地区的市场，这样的，可以请知景社长再给我们说明一下，谢谢。
はい、ありがとうございます。本当おっしゃっていただいた通りなんですけれども、私どもやっぱりその東南アジアの皆さんにも投資をさせていただいております。世界各国の拠点やパートナーを作っています。将来的に目指しているのは、その各国のマーケットプレイスをですね、つなげていくような存在にビノスグループになっていきたいというふうに思っています。そしてアジア全体のですね、発展に貢献できればというふうに心から思っています。そういった中で、ただ私どもがまだ着手ができていないこととしては、台湾の企業の皆様が海外のマーケットプレイスだったりですとか、日本のマーケットプレイスに進出することをお手伝いするようなサービスというものは、今現状では提供ができていません。今日楽天の加山さんいらっしゃいますけれども、もともと楽天さんコンピューターがあるんですが、今は非常に仲いい関係性事業にお勧めさせていただいております。もし日本のマーケットに進出するのであれば、やはりその楽天やヤフー、そしてアマゾンというようなマーケットプレイスを活用されることをまずはお勧めしたいというふうに考えています。で、中でもというところなんですが、中でも楽天さんに関してはですね、今日も加山さんがいらっしゃる通り、非常にそのクロスボーダービジネスに関しては積極的にやっていこうというふうな意向を、そのマーケットプレイスの中でも一番色濃く見せている会社だと思います。そういうところもありますので、ぜひもし商品があれば、楽天さんのような企業を活用してやることをお勧めしたいというふうに思っています。で、おそらく今日も説明あったかと思いますけれども、皆さんがお持ちでないノウハウのところに関しては、提供するような会社が出てきていると思いますので、そちらをご用意いただくのが一番だというふうに思っています。
それでは、天素直井翔太社長、本当にありがとうございました。
谢谢。
我们再次谢谢天素知景生态社长的演讲。Thank you once again to the president of Tenso, Mr. Shota Naoi。再次谢谢。那接下来呢，在我们休息时间之前呢，我们还有一场专题演讲，我们要有请到下面一位讲师是佩兴富东科技林婉玲营运长 ，and our next speaker is the Chief Operating Officer from Appier Taiwan, Ms. Wanling Li。那我们的营运长呢，目前他主要负责的是这个 Appier 的整体运作啦、设置各地的营运据点，并且呢，也协助 Appier 各项的商业策略。好，那在这个营运长的领导之下呢 ，Appier 的触角已经遍布亚洲11个市场。好，那我们是不是就掌声有请我们的营运长。那我们这个营运长之后呢，我们会中场休息哦。那提醒大家，中场休息的时候呢，我们有问卷要请各位贵宾帮我们填写。那另外还有快搜台湾的这个申请表，如果你有好的这个产品要介绍的话呢，也都可以填写这个快搜台湾申请表。之后呢，连同问卷一起交给我们的工作人员哦。And after this session, we are going to take a coffee break for 20 minutes. And please also use time to fill out the questionnaire and also shop Taiwan application form and give them to our staff. 那接下来，好，我们目前呢这个简报到好了吗？好，我们再次掌声欢迎林婉玲营运长。
Hello everyone. As the organizer just shared, I'm Lina Li, and I take care of Appier's overall operations. And so we are very happy to be here today to share with all of you on how we believe AI is going to be important to help and empower e-commerce in Asia. So just a short introduction about Appier. So Appier is an artificial intelligence company that helps the business to utilize artificial intelligence to grow and succeed in this current cross-screen era. And ourselves, Appier is formed by a very solid team of computer scientists and engineers that are specialized in artificial intelligence and data analysis. So we hope one day that we can really utilize artificial intelligence to make people's life easier and happier. As organizers just briefly shared, Appier is built from the ground up in Asia and headquartered in Taipei. Right now, we are serving 12 cities from Taipei. And in all these countries that you can see, we actually learned quite a bit of the Asian experience and expertise in all the high growth or established markets in Asia. And in today's talk, I would love to focus on the three topics I would love to share with you here today. So first being, there is a major consumer behavior change that we have observed across all the Asian countries that we are in operation with, which is the shift toward cross-screen behaviors from consumer side. And then next, we would love to share with you how specifically the cross-screen behaviors that are happening around the e-commerce business. And also, then last but not the least, we would love to share with you how we view artificial intelligence and how it can really help e-commerce to grow and succeed in this current cross-screen era. Just a little background of why we believe cross-screen is a trend right now. It's actually really happening. So I believe most of you won't be too surprised if I share with you that in our own database, we notice more and more users in Asia are using more and more devices at the same time. And from in our up-and-coming research report on the Asian consumer behaviors about cross-screen specifically, we found that around 10%, increase comparing the first half of the year of 2016 to the bottom half of 2015, that there are 10% increase of the users who use 4 devices in all the countries that we examined. And overall, as you can see here, 59% of the cross-device users that actually are using more than 3 devices nowadays in the first half of 2016. And among these 59%, 28% of the users are using 3 devices. And the other 31% of the users are using 4 devices. So this is actually quite impressive growth. And from the first half of 2016, we also noticed that there are 6 markets in Asia. We see clear growth in the 3 device screen users. So this is why we think that the increase of cross-screen users are so critical for all of you to know. It is because whenever there's addition of each screen, you can see the complexity of user behaviors will increase dramatically. And from this graph that you're seeing here, this is actually studying the user behavior, how each consumer are interacting with online apps across all the devices they have in Asia. And on the left side that you're seeing here is the 0% similarity, meaning these users use all their devices completely differently when interacting with online apps on all different devices they have. So there is a clear growth comparing the first half of 2016 to the bottom half of 2015. And also on the other hand, we did see a decline in the percentage of people who are behaving exactly the same across all the devices they own. And if you break it down into more details, down to country level, you will see in most of the cities that we examine in Asia, actually there is clear growth of the percentage of people who behave completely differently when using their multiple devices. And there's another fact that we would love to share with you. As Asia being one of the market that has highest penetration rate of mobile phones, I believe most of people think all the consumers are just going to abandon their PCs for using mobile phones, which is actually not the case that we're seeing here. What we saw from our own database is that if you look at the total unique reachable devices across Asia, of course, this is totally reasonable that you see more mobile devices than the PC in terms of the unique devices numbers. However, if you look at the total volume of usage that people are using these devices to access the internet, then you will find actually PC continues to be one of the most important player in terms of internet usage. And then, if you break it down to look at the average individual usage for PC versus mobile, then you will see very clearly each individual PC are actually used 3 times as much as the smartphone for people to access their internet. So, what does all these chains and cross-screen affect e-commerce specifically? There are a few points that I would love to share with you that we found interesting. First is in terms of site traffic. If you look at unique users, then you will find on weekdays, the majority of unique users visit e-commerce sites on their PCs. While if you look at the page views, most of the people are actually generating more page views throughout the week on their mobile devices. And then, even more interestingly, if you break it down the page view per unique user, then you will find actually tablet generates the highest among all these devices. And if you look at the interaction and purchases in Asia, in the region that we examine on, we found most of the mobile phone actually contributes the most non-push actions, meaning browsing and all the other engagements, while a lot of transactions are happening on PC. But don't forget, Asia itself is a very big dynamic market. So within this big market, actually every single country behaves very differently. So do remember, I believe most of you here today, you do have a plan to go international, or at least to do cross-border e-commerce business. In this situation, you need to be aware of all the difference from each market, so you can do successful planning when entering each of the market that you want to operate in. And from all the data that I was sharing previously was a high-level overview of the Asia trend. But here, I'm just giving you one specific example. Even if the trend we are seeing in Asia is that most of the transactions are happening on PC. However, in Japan, we do see mobile are driving a lot of purchases. And then, we would love to discuss with you about how does cross-screen and AI can help e-commerce, and what do they mean to you? I believe all of you here, when you are running all these e-commerce business across different countries, these are the key challenges that you're facing every day. For example, limited resources. Of course, resources are always limited. So what to invest, where to invest, and when to invest, and how to invest. These are like important questions I believe all of you are thinking over and over every day. And what are the promotion strategy on what type of product, to what type of audience that you're talking to, in which countries that you want to operate in. So these are all important when designing promotion campaigns. And then, as I mentioned earlier, I believe all of you here have interest in running cross-border businesses. If we add cross-border into this mix, then everything becomes even more complex, really complicated. So this is the reason why we believe AI can come in to help everyone. So first, AI has quite a few key strengths I'm sharing with you here. The first one being AI is very good at pattern recognition. How so? So among like a lot of different wide range of variables, AI can easily find, can recognize some good patterns and find some good insights for us. And the second one, AI is really good at processing large amount of data and also being able to analyze them on a very high dimension. So humans' analysis ability is actually limited to 3 dimensions. However, AI has no such constraint. It can analyze as many dimensions as possible, as you need, and come up with a good insight for you. And then the third point is that nowadays, why we believe AI can help all the business and decision makers is because as long as you can design a very clear and identifiable objective. So in short, if you can specifically determine the goal that you want to reach for certain actions, then nowadays, the AI nowadays, the cutting edge AI technology can actually help you to learn on their own. So you don't need to predefine the rules for all these AI. Actually, AI itself can learn and figure out the most important parameters for you to make decisions. As long as, one key point, as long as you can define your goal very clearly, then AI can help you to achieve. And so this is what we call AI plus, because from our point of view, I believe you guys are seeing all these on all India as well nowadays. So AI can actually be applied into a lot of different industries to help solving any large-scale data problems in all these industries. So, for example, business decision, e-commerce, home appliance, VR, medicine, and digital marketing. All these, wherever there is large-scale data involving, I believe AI can do a very good job to help people make right decisions. So let's talk about like how AI can help e-commerce, which is what most of people are interested in. So of course, AI can help doing the best cross-screen marketing to help you reach users at the best screen at the best time when the users are interested in knowing the relevant context to what they were doing at the moment, and they have time to consume it. And then on recommendation systems, so I think all of you are very familiar with recommendation systems, but with AI technology nowadays, recommendation can be more precise and might be able to discover something that you never thought about to try previously as well. And then the logistics. So AI actually can help to understand and optimize and speed up the shipping decisions. For example, can help you to understand where to store this product and where to ship from, and all these regulations. How do you do them the best in order to save your costs and efforts? And in more depth, I'm going to give quite a few examples around the customer marketing for you to have a clear idea how AI can help you. So AI can actually analyze, for example, a user visited your website. This, the AI technology nowadays, as long as you have the proper tracking, we are able to help you whenever you have data come in. We help you to analyze how each users navigate across your website, and also what are the things that they're doing on your website. And then we analyze a huge range of different behaviors among your visitors, and we try to find, and the AI will try to identify from different signals to find the best audience and group them into different categories and help you to perform better for your marketing performance. And then the next one is recommendation. So AI can deliver better product recommendation and accurate to each of your users depending on their specific cross-screen behavior and perhaps their browsing history, their purchase journey, and purchase behavior, and all that. And to give an even more concrete example, this is how AI can help to optimize and deliver recommendations. So AI in this picture actually do quite a few different things. First, we use AI to help you identify what are the devices owned by the same person. So first, you will know these devices belong to the same person, and then next, you will try to understand what all these users are engaging in interacting with all different devices they own. And then, after knowing all that, you can decide, okay, these two devices are associated with many browsing behaviors. Most of the time, this person only purchases on these two PCs, for example. Then what we can do, these are all automatically. We don't do this one by one because every single consumer has very different user behavior on website and your apps. So it's almost impossible if you want to do this by human power. So once we identify what are the device behavior from this consumer, then the AI technology can help you to deliver different type of messaging on different devices, depending on the behavior they have associated with this device. So for example, this person here will be viewing we will deliver a lot of different messages to encourage them browse more of your products on their mobile phone and tablets. And when this person move on to the device, the transaction device they are most likely going to do the purchase on, which in this case is these two laptops, then we can help you to deliver everything they have browsed previously on different devices onto this transaction-based device, and also adding in some call to action messages into these creatives. And also, AI can be utilized, AI and our cross-screen technology can be utilized to help you understand your consumers' funnel behavior, their cross-screen journey, basically, before they purchase. So you can do good funnel analysis of all of your users now. So in this case, first, because we knew what are the devices owned by the same user, and on top of that, then we can link all the devices they have together and see how they interact with your website or app on different devices. So for this person, for example, we could link and find out that she's actually browsing. Actually, the first step when this person encountered your website is to view product on the mobile device, and then once they found something they are interested in, they might move on and to look at this product even more in depth on your website on a laptop, and then they might add it to shopping cart and then log in and then purchase. So we can do this for every single user that you have to help you understand your users better, so you can design better strategy for your product design or promotion strategy. And so, as I touched briefly upon, actually it's quite important to understand your user very well in all the aspects that you care about for your business. So for example, if we have this cross-screen technology and AI, you are able to actually analyze all of your user on individual level, but also at a cohort level. You can also understand different group of target audience, and maybe depending on different geos, they might need to have different type of information that you're sending them. So this is where the cross-screen reporting and insights become quite important to help you understand your users better before they finish their purchase journey. And so then I would love to move on to touch upon a little bit about the e-commerce in Taiwan and how we think e-commerce in Taiwan can do well for cross-border business in Asia. So, as most of you are aware of, Taiwan is located quite strategically in the heart of Asia, adjacent to all these high-growth Asian markets, for example, China, Southeast Asia, as well as established markets like Korea and Japan. And because of this location, I think in the past, most of you are also, I think this is not new to you, our culture actually have an openness to respect all these different countries, and we are able to do a lot of trades and business in the past. And also like this, for us, we actually do have a good hub in Taiwan, and also a good springboard because of the history and background of manufacturing that we have in Taiwan. And then, last one, but not the least, I think all of us, the reason why we are here today is because we want to do cross-border business. And the reason being, Taiwan actually doesn't have a huge domestic market. And that's the reason why when we want to grow, we need to think Taiwan Plus. So from day one, you need to think how to grow your business internationally. And I think that's the reason why I think all the people here will have the mindset and a willingness to explore opportunities and expand overseas. So that's for my talk today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 欢迎李，谢谢雷院长，谢谢。谢谢。那接下来呢，是我们中场休息的时间呢，我们休息到3:20，休息到3:20。
去新加坡应该很少一个 order 会过9000，所以其实是免关税的。然后如果说你看其他国家，泰国就低一点900，印尼1500等等。然后 B2C 的多一个很优势是风险比较低，这大家都知道，因为你不需要背货嘛，你在台湾直接发就好了，交易成本也比较少。然后通关方面也比较方便，因为它是 B2C， 它是以个人名义在目的国清关，所以很多都不需要提供正贸进口所需的批文啊、进口许可等等。不过当然，我这里这样子写是因为只适用于那些没有受限制的商品。如果你的商品是限制的，比如说日本武士刀，你是不能够这样子寄过去的，一定被没收，因为它是受限制的，好吗？所以这里其实我想简报上没有秀的，可是我想跟大家分享的是，如果是新码，你看它免税金的台币9000、4000，其实这相对来说是挺高的。所以如果说你要做 B2C， 你要发展新码的话，其实跨境直配是一个挺好的方式，因为你可以避开关税。然后针对新码的话，其实很多商品这一块，很多商品都是 B2C 的话是没有限制的，反而你做 B2B 会有限制。例如食品，你寄新码的话 ，B2C 是没有限制，也可以这样子寄，除非你寄的量很庞大，比如说100公斤的咖啡豆 B2C， 没有人会相信。对，所以不然的话，大家其实都可以基本上可以接受 B2C 是没有限制的。这些新码是挺适合用这个模式来做跨境。对，然后针对 B2C 直配，有时候也会听到大家朋友们在问，该用邮政服务还是该用那个快递服务，哪一个比较好等等等。没有所谓的比较好，因为其实要看你的服务要求、你的货量跟频率、包裹重量、商品、目的国等等。简单说，如果你问我的话，我可能会把邮政跟快递想成是一个叉子跟一个汤匙，两个都可以拿来吃东西，看你怎么用。简单这样子说，比如说，如果说你的交易条件是，如果在目的国有关税产生，你要寄件人付关税，就是卖家付关税的话，你就不可以用邮政服务，你只可以用快递服务，因为邮政服务只能做收件人付关税。所以这个时候我就可以把它比喻成，你不可以用叉子来喝汤，没有意义，所以你一定要用汤匙。所以针对服务要求这点，我们要知道，我们设什么交易条件的时候，其实它会局限我们用什么服务。然后货量跟频率，这很简单。如果说你的量少的话，直接走邮局。为什么？因为你找快递，它会理你，真的。对。一个包裹的一个 order 的重量，这也是一个重点。邮局有一个服务叫国际化小包，挺特别的，它是20克起跳。如果你卖的商品是比较偏轻、偏薄、偏小，我可以建议你用这个服务，因为它成本真的很低，跟快递比起来，因为它本来就是针对比较轻，大概100-200克的商品而设计的。然后最后是商品跟目的国，这个是重点。比如说，针对泰国、印尼，如果说你要寄化妆品还是食品的话，你用快递，快递如果也证实是怎么说，快递也是如果是真实的申报的话，你的东西是进不去泰国跟印尼的。如果是 B2C， 因为 B2C 的话，或者 B2B， 泰国、印尼食品、化妆品其实是需要 FDA 认证。你用邮局的话，有可能可以过，不保证，不过有可能。对，其实这也是一个差异。所以你的商品跟目的国也是看你选哪一个服务。这也会影响你所选择的那个第一种服务，也是挺重要的。对，如果我们看第二个模式 B2B2C 落地的，它主要优势我相信大家都知道，经济规模，因为你是海空运进去大批量，减低国际运送成本。到了当地，你的速度也很快，因为你的货已经在当地了 ，order 下来可能说1天就可以出去了，半天，所以你相对来说你的客服的成本会比较低，因为客户打电话来协议来的那个频率会比较低，因为他货很快就到手。可是这里，而且它有一个很大的优势是，你可以增加你可贩售商品的项目。刚才我谈到了泰国、印尼、菲律宾化妆品商品、化妆品食品其实是需要 FDA 认证，所以如果说你用 B2C 的模式是没有办法卖到是泰国、菲律宾跟印尼的，所以你需要跑正贸的模式， 申请进口许可、设立子公司或者找到 partner， 帮你跑一些流程，正式的进口。可是当你跑流程的时候是很累，不过当你跑完流程后，你可贩售的商品其实是倍增的，因为很多东西针对某一些国家 B2C 的时候是受管制的，对，所以其实这会带到你的商品策略。所以可能我们反问自己的时候，我卖这个东西，我到底要选择怎么样的模式、怎么样的市场呢？重点是你的商品跟你的策略。如果你的商品可以不可以做 B2C， 因为它 B2C 在该国是被挡的，你只能做 B2B2C， 这样我们就往这个模式跑正贸模式。可是如果你所做的商品是在比如说你想做的商品是，如果你想做的商品的市场是没有受限制，而且你想做的市场也没有限制这个东西，比如说新码的话，这样你的发展模式可能就会以 B2C 直配开始，因为这个模式风险比较低啊。所以其实选择的模式跟你的商品，还有你的市场策略都息息相关，都绑在一起的，避不开。然后这里我可以跟大家分享多一个东西，也不在简报上的。不好意思，B2C 这一块，所以我们刚才有讲到免税金额，比如说泰国是1000泰铢嘛，台币约900，所以我刚才就说，如果说你的订单金额在这个金额以下的话，就会免关税嘛。理论上，这个我可能强调一下，理论上是啊。理论上是，实际上不一定。尤其是针对刚才我们看到一些比较，刚刚我们看到这几个比较红色的国家的话，不一定。为什么？因为我们其实有碰过案例，之前我在新加坡的时候有碰过，现在在台湾也是有碰过，就是我们把商品整个包裹包得漂漂亮亮的，水货文件全部都有，发到其中一国，比如说印尼啊、泰国啊也好，我们申报金额一定是在它的那个以内，因为我们的交易本来就是它的东西都便宜嘛，所以人家才放进来。可是海关说我不相信，我觉得你低报。他说出示那个汇款水单给他没用 ，invoice 给他没用。简单说就是要跟你，简单说就是有困难，简单说就是比较复杂，比较困难。对，所以其实理论上是因为其实刚我大家这个关务 ready 不 ready， 其实 ready 不 ready 分两点，一点是你的条规 ready 不 ready， 尽管你条规 ready， 你的心态 ready 不 ready。因为其实关务这块最重要的一个东西是可预测性 （predictability）， 我们要可以 predict 我们的东西能不能顺利的过关，才有办法继续营业下去。如果我们连 predict 每次今天寄可以过，明天寄不可以过，这样子很难做生意。对，所以 predictability 可预测性其实也是很重要的，这也是实际经验分享。好，刚才讲到这里 ，OK。然后其实我们观察一些比较大的国际品牌，他们的跨境模式通常都是一个演变的过程，通常会以直配开始，然后就落地。其实第3个阶段是直配跟落地绑在一起做。为什么呢？因为其实到后面，他落地他只会把他觉得一定可以销的样品、商品寄过去。因为现在觉得有一点问号，风险比较高的，他就先不要进去，因为他一进去就先缴进口税啊什么东西的，过后再做退税也很麻烦。然后他可能也没有那么多库存分到各国，所以那些比较他觉得风险比较高的商品，他就会放在他的区域仓库，从区域仓直接配过去。所以可能一个，比如说我在平台上 order 3个商品，可能2个是从国内的仓寄过来，另外一个它是从那个厂商的区域仓寄过去的。对，所以这是一个模式，我们看到很多厂商也在用。好，最后我们看一下相关邮政在东南亚的一些布局。首先，其实我们即将在新加坡开幕一个3层楼高的综合物流中心，2层楼的半自动化仓库跟1层楼的全自动化分拣中心。为什么我们会投资这么多钱来建这个大楼呢？主要原因，因为我们觉得新加坡电商市场跟东南亚电商市场还有一个潜力。好，然后在其他的亚太国家，其实我们 在像亚太国家也有做很多投资，例如在澳洲，我们也投资一家那个宅配公司叫 Courier， 在泰国跟菲律宾，我们其实有在建立自己的车队，跟用协力厂商做一个国内的配送。然后新加坡当然是有新加坡邮政，然后在香港、马来西亚我们都有合资公司，也是当地的宅配公司。然后可能跟大家分享一下新加坡一个比较特别的东西，是新加坡我们用一个自动取货柜叫 Pop Station， 它是一个24小时 self service 的取货柜。主要原因为什么会投资这样的一个设备呢？因为在新加坡很多都是双薪家庭，不管怎么配都不在家，所以还是用这种比较好。因为其实你看新加坡它的第一次投递率的成功率不高，可能9成左右，所以有1成是投递成功。不是因为地址错误还是什么，就真的没有人在家。然后有时候看你买什么东西啦，配寄公司可能有点怪怪，还是不太方便，还是匿名比较好，所以我也不知道他们买什么东西。所以以这样的情况下，我们在新加坡就是投资了140个点的一个 Pop Station， 在那个主要的购物商城啊、联络所啊、市中心等等都有。然后可能大家会问，为什么不要用超商取货之类的？因为新加坡的超商的那个覆盖率不高，其实超商还挺难找的，所以不太适合用超商取货。再加上超商其实都很小。对，然后最后跟大家介绍一下我们其中在新加坡另外一个平台，试用品平台叫 Sample Store。所以目前会员大概10几万左右。它是一个试用品平台，所以其实如果说有厂商想把他的商品到 Sample Store 那边上面免费当试用品寄出。换回一些针对试用品的一些评语啊之类的，可以利用这个平台。它的模式很简单，你看那试用品，会员用点数申请免费试用品，拿到后他们需要就是回抛他的那个使用心得，回那个 Sample Store 的网站，才能够拿回他的点数，再申请新的试用品。所以通过这样的一个模式，其实厂商角度，第一有曝光，第二你知道您的商品在那个消费者市场里面的那个定位是什么，跟适不适用，他们觉得怎么样？对。好，我今天简报就到此为止，希望最后可以跟大家继续交流，相当辛苦了，谢谢。
好，谢谢大平的这个陈志轩总经理，谢谢陈总这个奥并来帮我们演讲。Thank you so much, Leon, for pulling this off even under the weather. Thank you so much. 谢谢这个陈总And now we would like to invite our next speaker to the stage. 那接下来呢，我们要有请下面一位讲师是来自于马来西亚 ，From Malaysia. We would like to welcome Mr. Wen Wikian, COO of MOL Pay. 让我们有请 MOL Pay 温伟强营运长，掌声欢迎。
各位下午好，非常感谢经济部资策会邀请我到这里来跟大家分享。在这次开始分享之前，我先大概简单的介绍我自己。其实我对台湾非常熟悉，我在23年前是在清华大学毕业，然后我在清华和我另外一个在交大念研究所的伙伴，我们在台湾练了一身武功。回到马来西亚，因为我们那个时候就是网络刚开始要发展的时候，所以我们练了一身武功，我们就回到马来西亚，想说马来西亚理论上人口跟台湾类似，应该会有同样的发展轨迹。结果我们干了10年，什么事情都没有发生。为什么？所以这个东西也是带出一点非常重要的信息给大家，时机非常重要。当我们那个时候马来西亚的情况是。你整个基础建设都没有魅力，就是说你的网络频宽，我们那个时候我们的网络频宽可能到5、6年前才比较说可以让电子商务比较稳定的发展，所以现在确实是一个非常好的时机。为什么？因为Lazada他在5年前的时候就把我们教育这个市场了，他用非常多的金钱补贴所有的消费者去网络消费，所以现在。我们大概那个渗透率占总体零售大概到目前为止还是1%到2%，但是我们现在已经处于那个转折点了。 所以我们接下来的5-6年，我们预计它会跑到7-8%。所以你可以看它从2%到7-8%，这个时候是4到5倍的成长，它会在5年里面发生。所以这个是一个非常好的时间点。但是如果各位再错失这个时机的话，这样可能就会来不及了。OK， 我先跟各位大概简单的介绍一下整个在东南亚的那个市场的概况。所以在东南亚的话，它的总人口大概是有6.多亿、6.27亿人口，所以它是一个互联网用户其实渗透率还不错的地方。然后社交媒体是非常的活跃，然后移动连接其实跟今天早上各位看到了很多的那一个简报是类似的，就是说其实都是超过100%。就是说，一个人可能他有2台手机，可能有一个平板，所以现在就是全部都是在那个移动端非常的那个普及，所以这个是目前的现况，未来相信也是会沿着这样的情况发展。然后在这个东南亚的发展的话，你可以看到它人口的增速，每年大概会有4.700，就是4.700万的人口的增速在成长，然后互联网用户每年会有接近3000万的成长，然后社交媒体的用户大概也是有2000多万，移动连接也是一个非常庞大的数字，每年以3000万的增速在成长，社交媒体大概也是1700多万。这个是东南亚移动用户的一个渗透率，所以这个就是我们刚才讲的。它渗透率大概是超过100%，然后，所以我们在东门的话，我们其实就是 focus 在这几个国家，因为它的网络、它的潜能、它的那一个人口的 readiness， 所以这个是整个东南亚的那个互联网用户的那个渗透率的情况。所以基本上新加坡，它就是像刚才那一位演讲者分享的。其实新加坡它在整个基础建设是在这个区域是最完整的，所以你可以看到它的那一个互联网的用户的渗透率是最高的。然后这个其实是一个非常重要的参考，这个就是说在东南亚的华裔人口给各位参考。当然，所以很多台湾商家他们时常会有一个迷思，他们到东南亚来的时候，其实很多可能有穆斯林或者是印尼人。就是他们的产品要怎么去触及到这些客户？其实我们可以先从另外一个角度，我们先就是触及当地的华裔人口就好了。然后其中马来西亚、新加坡的华裔人口相对来讲，大部分都会讲中文，都会看中文，讲的比我好的很多。所以就是各位的商品其实卖到马来西亚问题不大，而且马来西亚的华裔人口其实对台湾的产品的资讯。娱乐资讯，像你人我最大，在马来西亚、新加坡，我相信是非常就是那个非常一个红的一个节目，所以很多台湾的商品可以透过这些节目触及到马来西亚的华裔人口。这个是东南亚每个国家的那一个电子商务的规模，所以其中印尼是目前是最大的，然后马来西亚、新加坡。泰国、菲律宾、越南，但是问题是给各位一个参考，就是说你看到10亿美金嘛，但是这里全部加起来，东南亚所有的国家加起来，其实还不到台湾的大。台湾一个国家比所有东南亚国家加起来的总和都还大。OK， 所以这个是东南亚的脸书情况。这个各位等一下我会跟各位分享说，脸书其实是现在一个非常强有力的工具，让各位把你们的商品让那个东南亚的消费者怎样知道你们的产品。所以你可以看到，其实它的脸书的用户其实是非常庞大的，有接近2亿的人口，然后基本上都是非常年轻的那一个族群。OK， 这个是 Google 跟 Temasek 他们在做的一个报告，所以未来东南亚其实就是一个非常蓬勃、快速发展的一个市场，所以这里有5个非常关键的因素，其中就是说大部分的年轻人口，大部分的东南亚都是年轻的人口，非常不幸，我刚刚不在那70%。 我刚刚掉进去那另外30%。OK， 然后互联网就像我们刚才分享的它的那个普及率也是因为多年的努力，所以现在已经是非常稳定，然后可以开始快速发展那个电子商务的那个程度了。然后 GDP 的成长，因为就是尤其是像印尼市场，可能就是有点像早期大陆的情况，当时可能还要再解决温饱的问题，但是问题是这个问题一解决过后，它其实就是属于另外一个内需的消费的情况了。OK， 接下来就是那一个支付的那一个情况，所以在东南亚每个国家他们都有当地的那一个做支付的公司，所以像我们在马来西亚大概就有2-3家，我们是其中一家算是厉害的，各位可以参考一下。然后另外一个在东南亚的实体商店，其实 compared to 那些先进的国家，他们是比较少的。所以因为实体商店少的话，就是说，我要买东西的话，其实相对来讲没有这么方便，所以变成网络购物、电子商务是一个非常好的那个选择。其实这个可能也未必，但是为什么这个绝对是一个很好的因素？其实像台湾购物的环境其实已经是非常方便的，但是问题是你看它的电子商务还是可以做到这么大，因为比所有东南亚加起来都很大。这个是为什么大家都觉得东南亚是一个非常大家都非常关注度非常高的一个原因，就是说你可以看到这个是它2015跟2025，就是10年过后它的那个成长的潜能，所以你可以看到它的总量，就是你看那个电子游戏40亿涨到200亿，然后电子商务是从那个旅游业的是200多亿涨到900亿，这些都是美金，是美金，所以它的数据是非常大的。然后其实我们再看下一章的话，其实我们把那个专门电子商务的这块把它 highlight 出来，所以你可以看到60亿成长到80亿美金，所以在10年间它是以16倍的那一个速度在成长。所以这个是给大家的一个参考，16倍现在是一个非常惊人的数字，但是它搞不好有可能比这个数据还大。为什么？像我们昨天在另外一场 conference， Arena 他预测他的 Shopee 就是在这里叫虾皮嘛，对吧？然后他们预测他们的成长的速度本来就是可能是100万，结果他们最后拿到的数据，真正发生的数据是比他们预测的数据多8倍，在1年里面的时间，所以这个是非常惊人的一个成长的速度。然后这个是就是每个国家它在预测未来10年成长的那一个幅度，所以可以看到印尼绝对是一个非常大的那一个亮点，因为它的成长的幅度，因为主要是他们的那个人口红利，所以它的成长幅度比其他的国家相对来讲大的非常多。但是问题是印尼的话，它有它非常大的挑战，所以待会我可以跟大家分享说，如果我们真的是要进军东南亚的话，可以怎样子开始 ？OK， 我在这里跟大家简单的介绍一下在东南亚金流的那一个概况。这个我们过去我们金流的话，我们可能我们大概2005年，其实我们已经开始在做了。只是说2005年你在做金流的时候，其实就是在服务一个非常少数的商家。为什么？因为那时我们在东南亚那个电子商务其实没有很成熟，所以你可以服务的客户商家其实不多。所以那个时候的我们所谓的 X 世代，就是说那一个培训业务其实就是非常传统，你只要在网站上可以提供支付就 OK 了。但是现阶段的金流，它其实挑战其实是非常大的。为什么？因为现在很多的那一个交易的发生，其实已经是往那一个移动端在发生了。所以移动端的那一个交易，我们现在可以看得到，大概已经是超过50%到60%了。所以在移动端，你要做金流，跟你在以前只是在单纯的我们所谓的在做金流的话，其实它的那一个挑战难度是差很多的。所以我们在这个地方，其实我们还着墨了蛮多的。这个是东南亚各个国家他们银行账户的那一个持有率，可以给大家参考一下。所以基本上新加坡、马来西亚、泰国 这个东西我们在我们的那个 fintech， 我们的称叫 unbanked user， 所以这3个国家都是属于相对来讲有银行账户的那一个人口，其实相对来讲是比较高的。其他的国家他们就是非常低，所以他们在这些区域的话，他们的金融其实要使用一些其实可能大家非常不熟悉的一些方式。这个是其他各个东南亚国家的那一个信用卡的渗透率，然后网上支付的渗透率。所以同样的，新加坡可以看到一枝独秀。其他的国家，所以我们在这个国家其实一个非常重要的支付的那个方式，我们叫 APM 就是所谓的 alternate payment method。所以这个地方就是说，如果各位以后你的量做大过后，你在这些地方的话，你一定需要用到这些支付方式。为什么？因为这些国家，如果你讲你像拉萨达这么厉害，你假设你在马来西亚，你像拉萨达这么大的话，它其实就是触及到那9.8%。为什么？因为它只会用线上付费的，就是只有那10%、20%，还有80%的消费，它其实是没有办法接触到的。所以最近拉萨达有跟我们做串接，它就使用我们在 7-Eleven 的现金付费，这个就可以帮他们另外触及到另外80%的消费者，然后再加他们的那一个加速他们的成长。所以在这个区域里面，其实有超过100多种的那个支付方式，所以我可以跟各位分享一些比较特别的一些支付方式。货到付款的话，其实你们要看哪一个国家，像你可能如果在菲律宾、在印尼、在越南这些地方，货到付款是一个可能你没有办法避免的一个付费方式。但是问题是还是取决于说你们的那一个营运模式的那一个方式。因为如果你在马来西亚的话，货到付款它的退货率其实是40%，40%的退货率，一般商家其实是不会考虑的。所以在马来西亚，一般上的电子商务的商家是不会用这个方式的。用这个方式的商家就是那种财大气粗的商家，就是 L 开头的。为什么？因为他们的营运模式跟我们普通商家的营运模式是不一样的。因为他们就是要冲 GMV， 因为你这个管道你一打开的话，你的销量就是直接上升。但是问题是说，如果你的退货率40%，那个是他们另外，他们不是他们的关注重点。但是一般上的中小商家其实是没有办法做这件事情的。对。然后另外一个就是便利商店付款，所以这个其实跟台湾的很类似。但是台湾的基本上我们自己的观察是，台湾到目前为止还是非常的普遍。然后在我们马来西亚，我们是前2年才开始跟消费者的串接，所以这个也是主要解决一个问题，就是说，我们刚才看的那个电子支付的，就是10%、20%，所以我们要帮我们的商家再接触另外80%的消费者。然后在印尼的话，就是用提款机转账是一个非常普及，所以如果你到印尼的话，基本上你用 credit card， 你用 internet banking， 可能可以触及到的那个消费者可能就是10%，所以你接下来你一定要提款机付费这个方式。OK， 进军东南亚，我们可以。所以其实我们在过去3-4年前，其实跟台湾的互动，台湾的电子商务的朋友互动其实非常多，所以我们在这个交流的过程中，其实我归纳了这几个迷思跟大家分享。这个真的是一个很重要，因为每个跑来跟我交流的，他都给了我一个这个系统好像一个要准备5年，可能然后要花很多功夫的事情。所以，是不是一定要在当地设公司？然后，是不是一定要亲身认证？然后，是不是一定要使用当地的物流？刚刚那个新破神，我觉得他给了一个很好的 idea， 所以这个是等下我们可以再继续讨论。然后，是不是一定要使用各国的技术？所以我一个一个来跟大家分享。所以你看，其实你们用你们台湾现有的官网，已经可以做东南亚客户的生意了。其实不需要当地的公司，然后需要亲身认证吗？其实台湾的商品，你就算有了亲身的认证，但是重点是 如果那个是需要竞争认证的消费者，对你们的产品还是不熟悉的，就是其实你们只要考虑你们的商品卖给当地的华人消费者，你先把这一个东西搞定过后，生意已经做到太好了，才去考虑竞争。当然，如果你是一个非常大的公司，你需要做一次做到位，你有很多资源，你可以平行的进行这些工作，这样当然没有问题。如果你只是一个中小企业的话，其实你现在已经可以开始了 ，OK。然后当地的物流，所以像刚才Singapore 解释的，就是你们现在的物流公司，它其实已经是具备可以做 B2C 跨境支配，所以马来西亚、新加坡是一个非常好的开始点 ，OK。然后使用各国的金流，所以你看我是当地的金流，但是我每次都会跟台湾的朋友说，其实你也不需要用我们的物流，不需要用我们的金流，为什么？其实你用你们现在使用的欧付宝蓝星的那个金流，其实已经是可以提供服务了已经可以提供服务了。为什么？因为那个我是马来西亚的消费者，我用信用卡付台币，其实没有问题的。所以最重要的问题，其实你们要把那一个物流打开，因为其实东南亚的消费者每次到台湾的官网要买东西的时候，他大大的一行字没有运送到国外，所以就算我愿意付费的话，我也买不到你们的产品，所以这个是最大的问题。所以这点是第一个要打通的那一个关卡。OK， 进军东南亚真的是不需要顾虑这么多 ，OK， 马上就可以开始了。所以这个我不知道大家熟悉吗？这个我都是学的我的。他这个是伯克莱，所以伯克莱，我相信他可能是一个蛮早就开始在做所谓的跨境电商。我刚从台湾回到马来西亚的时候，那个时候大概就是15、16年前，我要买书，在马来西亚买很多书买不到，所以就来伯克莱买。所以15年前台湾，伯克莱已经在做这件事情了，所以我就用我的信用卡付台币，然后伯克莱就从台湾送到马来西亚。而且我告诉你，我那个时候因为马币的汇率还蛮争气的，所以其实我比我在马来西亚的书店买书还便宜，因为包括运费。OK， 所以如果各位要进军马来西亚的话，其实其实有很多管道，所以在台湾的话，其实各位可以跟多支策会交流，跟 TIA 交流，所以我们在台湾其实已经有蛮多的那一个朋友已经在其实蛮热络的，所以他们其实是非常熟悉的。所以如果你们要进军马来西亚，我这边我现在讲一个为什么我们讲到进军东南亚，你要先进军马来西亚，所以进军马来西亚或者是新加坡，就是有跟刚才新或讲的一个优势，就是你可以从 B to C 跨境直送开始，所以这个基本上就是说，你用你的官网，然后你也不需要去改语文，你就已经可以做到当地消费者的那一个。所以马来西亚700万的人口，其实对台湾的商品是非常熟悉的，所以马来西亚是一个非常好的开始点。所以如果各位马来西亚做得成了，你再考虑其他的市场。如果马来西亚你攻不下来，你做不下去的话，其实其他市场你不用考虑了，因为你做印尼肯定是比马来西亚辛苦10倍。OK， 然后在马来西亚的话，其实我们这边要提一个 Facebook 脸书，其实脸书是一个非常强大的工具先跟各位讲，脸书是没有付广告费给我，只是说我们非常荣幸在马来西亚的话，脸书是它的经济是我帮他处理的。OK， 所以脸书它有一个非常强大的工具，就是说，其实你们要想把你们的产品信息传达到给马来西亚的消费者，所以你们只要找出是华人的人口。所以如果你们有操作脸书的广告机制的话，其实这方面是非常容易操作的。你只要找出马来西亚华裔人口，会讲中文年龄层，男性、女性，接下来就把你们的产品的信息推给他们。接下来的话，这样你们的那一个产品就可以传送到马来西亚的消费者了。OK， 所以金牛的话，当然我们是一个非常好的一个选择。然后在物流方面，其实 AWE 它在台湾已经有设跨境物流的那一个服务了，所以各位有跨境物流的那一个需要的话，也可以找到我们。所以这些都是我们非常紧密的合作伙伴，而且我们 在马来西亚其实讲我们的那个网络其实都是蛮紧密的。然后我们在台湾这边，其实我们这一群朋友，其实跟台湾这里的交易非常是感情非常好，感情非常好。所以你们只要找到我们其中任何一个，你再找其他的人，马上都找得到。OK。所以这个就是我们的联络方式。所以如果各位有需要所以跟各位讲一下，我们其实不是做马来西亚经营而已，我们的经营是我们马来西亚公司，但是我们创建所有东南亚的那个经营网络。所以为什么会有这么多那些比较大型的国外公司，像脸书，他为什么要找到我们？因为他就是创我们一个，他就可以 access 到所有东南亚的那个支付系统。好，谢谢大家。
Thank you so much, Mr. Wu Wikion, COO of MOLPay from Malaysia. And next we're going to move on to the last keynote speech before the panel discussion. 那接下来呢是我们今天下午的这个最后一场的专题演讲哦。And for that, we would like to welcome our speaker, Dr. Shaichana Itrapan, Deputy Director of Electronic Transactions Development Agency Thailand. 让我们掌声欢迎泰国电子交易发展署副署长 Dr. Shaichana Itrapan.
Good afternoon. Sorry for speaking English. I cannot speak Mandarin. Excuse my English. Okay. It's nice to be here, and thank you for being here. But I think you are maybe a bit tired. Who is tired? No? Nobody is tired? Don't be shy. Who booked a spa online before? You're tired, you want to go to the spa tonight, but you want to find it online, you want to book it online. Who did that before? No? Oh, yes? Oh, great. You know how to take care of yourself. Just before I came up the stage, I look up, I look for online spa course booking in Taipei, and links came up. And actually, I would be able to book a spa course online. And that's how, technology is a part of our life now. And I'm switching here a little bit. I'm from a government organization in Thailand. But the talks that we have listened to so far is from private companies. So our roles and responsibility are a bit different. So this is another perspective, maybe a bit boring, but very good. Let's get to know Thailand a little bit. We have about 67 million people, and about 38 million of them are internet users. We have 85 million mobile subscribers. That means we have one person has more than one mobile phone number. We have 33 million Line users. Line is very popular. It's a social instant messaging platform that is very popular in Thailand. And Facebook, 38 million Facebook users. E-payment, I don't know how to speak this, is 860,000 billion baht. One Taiwan dollar is about 1.1 baht. It's about 1.1 baht. All right? So it's about 90% of that number is Taiwan dollars. And this has been published just 2 days ago. The value of e-commerce in 2015 was 2,245 billion baht in a year. And it has been increasing, and I'll go into more detail in later slides. That's the landscape of the internet usage of e-payment, of e-commerce in Thailand. And the government has not yet been doing anything, has not been doing anything effective so far. And that's the number that is already there, with individuals, business surviving on their own. But this provides a context. The government actually try to visualize the future and ask question, what can we do under this context? So we try to do what other countries have done before. But why do we do it now? We want to go digital. I know Taiwan has gone digital already. But why do we do it now? Because we think that it's the right moment. It's the right time. Do you know when the tablet was born in this world? You have heard of Newton? Yeah. Gray hair? Yeah. A long time ago. But at that time, why did it happen? At that time, why didn't it happen? We didn't have social media. We didn't have YouTube. We didn't have Facebook at that time. What did you use a tablet for? I don't know. Personal digital assistant, PDA, is another evolution of tablet. We believe that tablet is booming now. Digital TV is booming now. Internet TV, smart TV is booming now. So it's now the chance for Thailand to really get into the last train before you don't move forward. So we are initiating the Digital Thailand Initiative last year. So what do we do? It's a base infrastructure for e-commerce. So we want to improve connectivity. We have coverage, but the quality and the cost is still improved. We want to reduce costs so that it's more accessible to everybody. It's cheaper. It can support 4G, 5G traffic with videos, content, digital media. We want to achieve that. Digital economy acceleration. People talk about startup. We also talk about startup. We have SME driving our economy. Startup, SME is existing. We want to make SME to go to larger enterprise. We also want to create new SME using startup. So that's the part of digital economy acceleration. The third one is digital society. I'm not sure if we have digital societal problem here, but we do in Thailand actually. We believe that people are, even though they're used to digital technology, they still don't know how to handle it well. If you're unhappy about what government does, if you're angry enough, you might run a campaign for people to go and maybe shut down government building or road. And that happens in Thailand a few times. That can be difficult. But if you want to run a digital campaign, that's almost instant. If you're an influencer in the internet, you can call for 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 people who come and join you in digital activity, such as doing DDoS attack on a government website. That has been happening in Thailand, when people are not happy about what government does. And that's how fragile the digital world, at least in Thailand, is. So we think that's one aspect that we have to pay attention to. That is how the society will be in digital world. The fourth area is digital government. We have been doing this for the past 10 years. We have the Ministry of ICT for the past 10 years. That's for computerization of government. Computerization, make things manual, automated by computer. And they just put that in your head, in their head, and work on that path. They have never thought about the result, the impact of using computer. And that's why we think that with Thailand, digital Thailand, we need to change the mindset. We have to ask question, what can we benefit from using computer in government? Not just changing from manual system to computerized system. And that's one of the reasons why we restructured the Ministry of ICT and renamed it to Ministry of Digital Economy, so that we could focus on digital economy, which also cover the societal aspect of the economy. Digital workforce, that is a very, very important issue. We want to transform our nation. If we don't have enough people, or we have people who are not capable, then we cannot really do a full transformation. And the last one is digital trust. In the digital world, it's very difficult to tell one from another. So how can you build trust and confidence? Is a very important area of developing digital Thailand. So we have that as a framework for development. We see where we want to go. We have government, we have industry, we have our citizen. Who's doing what, when, where, and how. So we need each sector to know their roles and responsibility. So with Digital Thailand, we think that government should focus on making law and policy on e-commerce and facilitate the development. That should be the focal point, facilitating the development, not regulating the development of Digital Thailand, while letting the private sector strategically lead the development. And the citizens should actively participate in the development itself. So that's how we want to put on as a mindset for people in Thailand. This is just an example of how private and public partnership together with the people work in coming up with the statistics that I just shown you before. Actually, this is the second year that we do e-commerce survey. Actually, that has been done before in Thailand, but by a different organization. Since the creation of our organization, we said we are responsible for electronic transaction, electronic commerce. We don't think the number that they did the survey was accurate. So we request that we do it. And we work with UNCTAD, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. It's a UN entity that specializes for e-commerce, to do e-commerce survey in Thailand. That's last year, this is the second year. In this survey, we work with e-commerce platform operators, consumers, and small and large companies in the survey. And that's the number that I've shown you before. The value of e-commerce in Thailand in 2015 is 2,245 million. We used 6 months for the survey with the population of about 527,000 enterprises as of total population. And we did some sampling from that population. That population consists of S, M, and L, small, medium, and large enterprises. You have the whole coverage. And we work with both private and public organizations to accomplish these statistics. As as I informed you, this is the second year that we do it with UNCTAD. And we witnessed a growth of about 10% last year. And we forecast that next year it should be about 12% growth, which is below average that we saw this morning. The growth is expected to be close to 30%. Why? Because government has not done much at all so far. I think it's the role of government that should do more to at least make this number up to the average. Just to look into a bit more detail, we looked at this number from B2B, B2C, and B2G segmentation. At the moment, the biggest portion is still B2B. The second largest portion is B2C, and the smallest portion is B2G. But we see that the highest expected growth, or the growth itself, is B2C. We believe that B2B, they're big enterprises, they know what they're doing. They have been doing this for a few years already. The consumer, well, in Thailand, you see a lot of Facebook users. They use it for chit-chatting, taking pictures of what, let's guess, food, their children, their friend, and post on Facebook. But very little part of it is for commercial purpose. We are creating a lot of traffic for entertainment, for social networking, but not for business. We hope with Digital Thailand, we can change the behavior of the consumer to use more of the digital platform for selling and buying. Let's look into one of the breakdown into different industry. And the breakdown is according to the National Standard on Industrial Classification, revision number 4. Under that standard, there are 8 industries. And for Thailand, well, I think the largest e-commerce value is from accommodation, currently 2015. The second highest one is from retail and wholesale, and the third one is from manufacturing. But we forecast that next year, retail and wholesale will grow to exceed the value of the accommodation, and followed by manufacturing, which will be shrinking. Why do we think that retail and wholesale will be growing? Because we are promoting more commercial transactions. We are getting more people on board from buyer side and the seller side. Accommodation, we think, is already at the peak because we have been using that. We have been booking hotels online for quite a few years now. While manufacturing, we think that we might be shrinking in manufacturing. Factories started to move out of Thailand. We want to do industry 4.0, not heavy industry with design. So e-commerce value in that segment might be decreasing. I'm not very good at time. How much longer do I have? I'm sorry. Until 2050. So I have 20 minutes. Yes. Now let's look at another dimension of the e-commerce, payment dimension. We just selected the top ones of the industry, and we look at what's the portion of the online payment versus the offline payment. And you see that manufacturing, they use mostly online payment. Information and communication, other services, retail and wholesale. Why do you think manufacturing use more of the online payment than retail and wholesale? Who in this audience is running a factory? No? In manufacturing? Yes? A few? Who is buying stuff online for yourself? Buying diapers, buying cosmetics, buying clothes? Maybe more. Maybe more. But when you do online payment for retail, value is smaller. When you do for manufacturing, the value is higher. And sometimes in Thailand, especially when you want to buy something from business that you don't know before, you haven't bought from them before, you are hesitating to pay online. Maybe the first time offline first, and then move to online later when you have trust in the relationship. But in manufacturing, there's your supply chain. You have been using them for ages. You're comfortable with making online payment. That's what we thought. So that's the current landscape of e-commerce and a goal of digital Thailand that you want to go. So how do we get there? We are working on our e-commerce plan. We are in this of the Philippines. We already have the plan with specific goals and activities. But we are trying to do that. In the meantime, what have we been doing so far? We have been trying to develop a legal infrastructure so that our e-transactions, e-commerce, is recognized by the court of law. When we have dispute, we know we can go to court and we can rely on the judgment. Otherwise, nobody can take up the dispute unless the two parties negotiate among themselves. We've been trying to build platforms to support the development of e-commerce. We've been trying to foster innovation, to push for more startups. And we have been trying to ensure cybersecurity and privacy. Why do we need a legal infrastructure? And we need an infrastructure that is compatible with international practices. If you have disputes, it's cross-border transaction, cross-border commerce. If you're talking different language, English, Thai, Chinese, Mandarin, Spanish, whatever, it's very difficult to communicate. The same for legal languages. If we are basing our laws or legal infrastructure on different concepts, we can never reach an agreement because we never agree on the principle from the beginning. So we do need to have legal infrastructure to support cross-border transaction, and the legal infrastructure has to be compatible with our neighboring countries or the countries that we are trading with. What kind of infrastructure do we need, at least in Thailand? We think we should build trust, and the laws that will help with that is the law to take care of the criminals, computer-related crime. Actually, we had that since year 2007, but it has been a little bit abused, misinterpreted. So we are now trying to make an amendment. We need to amend Electronic Transactions Act that existed since year 2001, but the UN Anti-Fraud, UN Commission on Trade, International Trade Law, has been producing more and more recommendations, conventions. So we need to modify our law to be in compliance with these principles. For example, we are modifying the current bill, the current law, to accommodate the concept of electronic contract, so that contract can be made online, electronically, and recognized by law. We need to have data privacy bill, because if we cannot protect private information, the people who we are talking with might not want to talk to us. In particular, the EU, who is very strict on data protection. I think you might have heard of the safe harbor incident that is actually not recognized by the EU system anymore. So we need to raise up our standard of legal platform so that we can work at the same part with our partners on e-commerce. We also need some other fundamental law, which may be specific to Thailand. I won't mention it. But if you have questions, you can come and talk to me later. So, 2 years ago, when the government, the current administration wanted to do digital economy, we proposed 10 different laws. And now they are being in effect one by one. As I mentioned before, that in cyberspace, in digital world, you don't really know who's who. And this is one of the attempts to come up with a framework for cross-border transaction authentication. When we do cross-border transactions, would it be good, would it be nice if somebody can certify whom we are talking to? A very simple example. When I travel to Taiwan, I have to show my passport to the immigration. The immigration here trusts my passport that was issued by an authority in Thailand. My passport is not issued by an authority in Taiwan, but it's recognized by Taiwanese legal system, by Taiwanese officials. It's trust in the document that saying that who I am. On some transactions, if I do it here in Taiwan, you would require my passport. For example, when I register into the hotel, they request for my passport. But when I go and buy something in the department store, they don't need to see my passport. Same thing for digital world. There are several kinds of transactions. There are several levels of assurance needed to authenticate the other parties. And this framework tries to respond to that needs. This framework is based on ISO 29115 and the practices in the US, in Europe, when we did the study, almost 3 or 4 years ago when we started. We did this for ASEAN. ASEAN is a collection of 10 member states, and Thailand is a member of ASEAN. So this provides a framework, a platform, a loose platform for cross-border transaction authentication. We are looking to implementing this platform. What do I mean by implementing? We would like to list all the transactions possible and put them into different assurance level defined in this framework. This kind of transactions, we don't need to know who is doing it. Maybe it should be anonymous. But a different type of transaction, we require face-to-face or KYC, for example. If you can go through all types of transactions, put them into different level of assurance, we can define who is responsible for registering this person, the same system as issuing passport. That would be a very good infrastructure for cross-border transactions. Like passport is good infrastructure for traveling. That's what we have been trying to do for ASEAN, and we hope to extend this outside ASEAN. And one of the technology that is recognized is the public key technology, which I believe that Taiwanese people have been using for quite a few years already. We are also trying to do the same thing. At ASEAN level, we look at, for example, the exchange of electronic document in the import-export transactions. We selected ECO, Electronic Certificate of Origin, to be the first electronic document filed in the electronic exchange in ASEAN. And this has been going on pilot project. We, Thailand, proposed to use digital signature to ensure the integrity of the document. And ASEAN, well, I think they are a bit afraid of the technology, so they are designing, they have not yet committed to use digital signature for that transaction. This is an example of the difficulty in implementing this framework. Lacking of the understanding of the technology, lacking the awareness of the needed assurance for the transactions. Another platform that we have been working on is online complaint center for e-commerce transactions. We have a lot of trading platform marketplace. So here we set up a directory, which is like the yellow pages. I'm not sure if you have yellow pages here, but it's a term that we use in Thailand at least. As a directory of different marketplace shops. But in order for shops to get on the platform, they need to be secure, they need to be transparent, and they need to have privacy policy. So that we help screening the merchant or the platform at least one level. And attached to that platform is the online complaint center that can take up a misunderstanding, the dispute occurs on e-commerce transactions. And we believe that this will help build trust. And we hope to extend this beyond Thailand. So we have a collaboration between Thai Consumer Protection Agency and maybe Taiwan Consumer Protection Agency. And if there's a dispute between these two countries, we can work using this mechanism in solving this kind of dispute. This is an example of the industry lead. There's an association that focuses on fintech, financial technology. A lot of private companies, regular associations, working on different issues, payments, insurance, personal finance. The issues that they're trying, example of issues that they're trying to address is data pool and data protection. Does it make sense to have a pool of data that fintech startup can use as a resource? If so, how can we protect the privacy, personal information in that pool? How do we deal with KYC for fintech, for application that mostly online, and you don't know who your user is, and how do you register the user to your system? How do we deal with regulatory sandbox? Do we have one here? Thailand is developing one. And how do they develop ecosystem roadmap for the fintech in Thailand? And at ASEAN level, I have only about 30 seconds left, so I run through this quickly. At ASEAN level, we are looking at cybersecurity and privacy. Right now, we have ASEAN ICT Master Plan 2020, which has one of the strategic thrust on information security and assurance, with specific action points and projects in order to build trust and confidence, build a mechanism for responding to cyber threat, and to protect data. So these are activities that we have been doing in Thailand and at ASEAN level and at the global level. And we hope that that will facilitate cross-border transactions, including e-commerce transactions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Dr. China, would you mind taking maybe one or two questions? Yeah, because Dr. China is not going to join us for the panel discussion, so you may take this opportunity to raise questions. 我们泰国讲师呢，等一下不会加入我们的专题演讲，不会加入我们这个综合讨论的时间了。所以如果大家有问题的话，我们其实呢，工作人员同时就可以搬这个桌椅了。大家有任何问题的话呢，还可以把握这2-3分钟的时间哦。在我们进入综合讨论之前，大家对于这个泰国市场以及这个讲师刚才的这个简报有任何疑义、有任何问题的话，也都可以提问哦。Any questions from the audience? 我们有没有任何贵宾有问题的 ？Yes, please.
Excuse me, please allow with the madam. 我刚刚看到您说 B2C 的这个数字的时候，我有一点 shock， 和泰国的数字还蛮多的。那我比较想好奇的请教，就是说在泰国，你们主要的就是最大的这个B2C 的 platform 是哪一个？那除了可能像Lazada 或Laroa 这种之外，有没有泰国自己的一个 B2C 的 platform？
I think we have several platforms like alak.com, and several other platforms. But I think people like to use Facebook. Actually, that's been quite successful using Facebook for doing e-commerce. And actually, we are organizing an e-commerce week on the 7th, 8th, and 9th next month. And we have showcased how people use the Facebook platform to do e-commerce successfully. They use Facebook to sell seafood. They use Facebook to sell, I don't know, cosmetics. You know, people in our office use lines and Facebook.
Sorry for that.
Use Facebook and Line to do e-commerce. You know, and I think it's becoming normal now that they do this in their free time.
maybe we can take one more. 有没有人要把握时间问最后一个问题的？ One more question from the crowd? Yes, please. 你好，你最近在媒体上有看到说，泰国政府目前在发展有官方的角色去发展为民众去建设那个电子支付账户。那这件事情跟民间的很多电子支付业的之间的角色，这你怎么看？谢谢。
I think you're referring to something we call prompt pay, which is a means of payment. That in that initiative, we associate a person with a phone number or a national ID, so that that time is trying to make it simpler to do payment online, so that you don't need to know the account number, you just need to know the phone number which you may already have on your phone. You can make payment, and that's the intent of trying to make more e-payment transactions. There's some issues with that, we believe, because the national ID at the moment now is being used in some organization to identify the person and also receive person access credential into some system. So now we are trying to make some recommendation how to use a part of that system. For example, under what circumstances you can use national ID or prompt pay, under what circumstances that should not be used. I'm not sure if I respond to your question, but that's the initiative, that's the objective of the initiative. And there's some concerns, but the government is go ahead with it and try to catch up whatever is in the
conflict with the private sector. Those are local payment gateway in Thailand.
Actually, it can be linked. At the moment, it's linked to bank accounts, so it's make it more convenient to use bank accounts. But in the future, it could also be possibly linked to non-bank account, like e-wallet. This is not a restriction on the concept.
Okay, so we thank you very much for your questions, and let's thank our speaker, Dr. Chachana Japan, once again for this talk. Thank you. And next, we still have about 40 minutes. We are going to invite some of our previous speakers back to the stage. We are going to talk about the future of e-commerce here. 那接下来呢，是我们综合论坛的时间呢。我们首先有请我们的主持人。 资策会产业推动与服务处赖玲如主任 ，Please welcome your moderator of this session, Ms. Carrie Lai, Director of Industry Development Augmentation Division, Triple Y。掌声欢迎我们的主持人。And we'd like to welcome back our speakers from Dr. Tan, Mr. Katsuhiko Kayama， 来自于乐天香山客业海外招商部主管 ，and from the Philippines. Send Business Solutions CEO and co-founder Bjorn Pardo. Please join us on the stage. 以及来自于培新互动科技，我们有请李婉玲营运长。Please welcome CEO of Appier Taiwan, Ms. Wanling Li. And also Mr. Leon Chen, the President of Conscious Solutions Singapore, 冠廷物流陈训谦总经理。And also, MOL Pay, Mr. Wong Wee-kyung, the COO of MOL Pay. MOL Pay, 温伟强营运长，有请到台上来就座。那接下来呢，我们的时间就交给我们的主任。All right, Ms. Lai, the stage is yours right
now. 各位好，Hello everyone。 谢谢各位留到现在哈，因为其实这个是最后一个这个 section， 然后通常留到这么晚的人，这个是我要先谢谢你们。 所以也为我们自己鼓鼓掌一下，好不好？谢谢。那首先讲一下为什么我能主持这一场。那不是我英文讲的特别好，是因为我去过菲律宾，I have been to the Philippines， 然后我也去过日本，那中国、马来西亚，那大概几个地方都跑遍了。所以其实难得有一个机会可以邀请这么多的一个业者来。那各位让我大概介绍一下，今天的这个阵容是非常的坚强。第一个呢，我们等一下有我们这个大脑，就是你要去一个市场，你要先了解消费者要什么。所以我们的配芯 Appear 它可以提供你消费者他想要什么。所以这是一个从头脑的想法来想。第二个呢，你需要在那里可能需要有交易的平台，不管是你自己的，或者是你要依赖当地国家的。所以我们的平台呢，代表是 Kent。那再来呢，就是你可能要有所这个平台代表像你的心脏一样。那么呢，如果你交了易没有钱收不回来，你做这件事也是白做了嘛。所以呢，我们的血液呢，这样就是我们的金流业，对吧？然后呢，最重要的是货送不到，看得到买得到，收不到，那也没有用。所以呢，我们的万婷跟我们的 SM 的那个李佑 ，right？ 李佑 ，OK， 李佑，他的名字很特别，他会让我想到冰岛的一个歌手叫李佑，不好意思，那。OK， 代表我们两个都很老的人才会听这个音乐。OK， 好，所以呢，其实我想今天我会先大概问他们一下看法，但是呢，重点是也是让大家理清在跨境电商可能要做的几个重点哈。那首先我想先问一下，就是配芯的这个李院长，就是说，就配芯来看，他们怎么样可以用他们的 AI 让大家来了解不同市场里面的消费者他到底要的是什么？我想，因为今天这个李院长非常的厉害，用他的这个英文讲得非常的好。可是呢，我想很多的人可能有更多的疑问，所以我想可能请李院长大家跟我们再做进一步的解释，就是说，如果我在日本或者我在东南亚，我想要知道消费者的需求，除了脸书之外，还有什么样的好的方式透过你们来协助呢？
So you prefer me to answer this in Mandarin, right? Okay. So I think what we would really recommend is nowadays, like being in e-commerce space, actually one of the most luxury or advantage that all you guys have is that most of your data are in digital. So you are able to accumulate all your consumer data, all your CRM data and other type of data easily, and being able to process them and mine them properly. So I will urge everyone who want to expand outside of your home country in the markets where you are not as familiar. I think understanding the people, the audience that you're targeting in those markets by utilizing the data that you collect, your consumer data specifically. I think this is one good way to start with. And then, after understanding all the data properly and wisely, then you need to think about how to approach them properly. Because nowadays, as I shared in my previous talk, most of the users are using more and more devices nowadays. This number has been increasing. The devices each user using has been increasing since we developed our cross-screen technology more than 3 years ago. Every year we see an increase in this percentage. So I think basing the cross-screen user behavior is one key. And how to put the user in the center, actually it's, I would say, the key to your success in marketing and product marketing. And then the last one I would say is because all of us have interest in growing your cross-border business. But Asia, as a very big dynamic market altogether, actually is very different in each individual market. And how to prioritize the order of entering each market, I think there are a few things that all of us have to keep in mind. First is to understand your product market fit, whether or not it's a suitable market for you to enter. And then I think from all these guys that you also learn logistics, payment, and also consumer behavior. All these are important. So how to put this all together and come up with an entering strategy, I think that's what I would recommend. Yeah.
谢谢林院长哈。那我想因为他讲的真的就是过去我们看到就是你要先选一个市场，因为每个市场不一样哈。刚刚各位看到那个就是 Moped 的那个就是这个 Mr. Wu 他的一个简报的时候，有没有发现一个很奇异的地方？就说日本的在海外购物的 percentage 非常低，各位有发现吗？然后我如果没记错是马来西亚在新加坡嘛，马来西亚40%，新加坡大概是60%，Japan only 10 or 15，就是只有10到15%。那大家知道台湾大概多少？台湾其实也是一个很大的市场，所以呢，不好意思我们那个都要去东南亚，其实东南亚很多人要来，我觉得。那我为什么会这样讲？是因为日本的这个市场其实不太容易哦。那其实我想要请那个Ken长帮忙解释一下，因为其实他们蛮难得过去他的就是比较没有做对外海外的招商。但是呢，我想讲2个例子，一个是今天他举的这个雅迪克，各位知道日本的甜食是非常的厉害的，所以你要做到比他更好。这可能要有像维热山丘的这种决心，这是一个。第二个呢，我想问Ken长，就是说，Lotte 有没有什么样的方式可以协助台湾的业者比较有效的就是推广？举例因为在 Lotte 上面曾经就是你们现在跟 Gmarket 有合作，所以你们会有效的去推动韩国的商品。好，另外一个例子是。淘宝那边可能会有天猫国际上面有韩国馆、日本馆，那这样子的话，其实对于导流是比较有帮助的。不然的话，我们台湾的厂商到了日本这边的平台上，可能会被淹没在里面。所以，可不可以告诉我们说，在您的角度上面，第一个就是我们进入日本里面，可能在商品的差异化；第二个是。Lotte 可以怎么样协助台湾的业者，可能更有效的开发这个市场
？Yes, thanks for the question. Yeah, to answer that, first of all, as our we have a global page, not the one selling from Japan to abroad, but from abroad to Japan. We are currently under construction of a global page in which users can find products that are shipped from overseas to make those to expose those products. And I was talking to some of the merchants after my speech for personal meetings, and this came up in the topic once again. And they always ask me, like, what kind of products would be popular in Japan, especially Taiwanese products. But it's not. I realize that it's not really just a Taiwanese product, but it's the product itself. Think about when you want to buy a product. Why do you want to buy a product? Because you obviously you have a need, but you either saw that product somewhere, or you've used it, or you've seen someone use it. So it's all about touch point. The reason why pineapple cake or like oolong tea is popular in Japan is because there is a lot of touch point with the Japanese tourists. When we first come to think about airport, you know, people always buy a souvenir at the airport. I mean, some do locally, but you know, it's a display of position. So what we try to do with the online is the same thing. We provide a touch point with users, so that one way to do that is to create a category page specifically for global and divide that into different categories. So, and I was talking to one of the potential clients upstairs. They currently hold most of the selling rights of Taiwanese product, and that's exactly what we're looking for. You know, single product itself, it might be difficult, but products bundled up together, sort of like a Taiwan country flagship store. You know, people might access that by pineapple cake, but as I said, Rakuten is all about shopping as entertainment. So once that product is sort of serves as a gateway to more products, if they come to your store, you know, sort of the same thing as, you know, if you walk into my store, you see something at the door, but you go in, you see more products and discover something that you didn't know before. So first, it's important to expose your product, so have a touch point with merchants, and also prepare something that would serve as a gateway product for merchants.
所以其实重点还是在商品的这个，就是有没有吸引力啦，对不对？就是第一个刚刚也有讲嘛，他说买不到的，第二个你可能的产品的，就是或者是你有比较好的价格。那其实，在日本的那个市场里面啊，其实重点还是说这个商品是不是跟没有，这重点还是在于这个商品跟他们的差异化。所以他刚刚也，我觉得他又是因为这样的问题，其实很多的业者都会说，我到底应该去哪个市场？可是应该先想想，您的商品到底是要卖给谁？这个我觉得是已经听得出这一点来。那接下来呢，我想要问的再来的问题是有关金流的部分哈。因为啊，其实我其实刚听到您的演讲的时候，我也觉得还蛮特别的一个想法，就是之前我们都会觉得跟各位报告，我去菲律宾的时候或者去马来西亚的时候，菲律宾的人是不太用 credit card， 甚至没有金融卡的，他们都是用 COD 的部分，就是菲律宾的部分。那甚至呢，其实就是菲律宾的全家其实是台湾这个经营的。那泰国呢是台湾这边加盟的业者，大概6000多家。所以当时我一直在想说，如果是 COD 的部分，有没有可能发展，就是说可能在超商取货付款这个方式。那但是呢，其实我也看到就是说，因为菲律宾有2个issue，因为他刚刚讲了，菲律宾有7000的 island，然后第二个呢，他们的这个所谓的互议证系统。其实可能不是做得很好，就是说他们要 deliver 的时候，我不晓得是不是很容易 deliver， 因为我去看过菲律宾另外一家做物流的叫 A-Commerce， 所以他们在 deliver 的那个路线或者是那个甚至我们讲的 e-tag 的那个标签上，其实都是跟台湾现在来讲，台湾用 EDI 串接其实是有一个程度的差异。那物流能不能到最后一里？我觉得这个是可能他们现在我们看到的一个挑战。所以我想也问那个我怎么糟糕的我跑题了 ，sorry， 我跑题了。这样好了，我已经问到菲律宾去了。那我想问一下，宇佑能不能告诉我，就是说您刚看到菲律宾的这个发展前景这么高，但是在物流这部分的解决。就是是不是是可以更快的？例如说，像我们知道印尼有人用机车在送货，那您这边的话是什么样的做法？
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of challenges, but like I said earlier with my talk, it's about kind of finding. Sometimes almost creating a solution that fits that market, right? I mean, if you look at Southeast Asia, we're all you know, everyone likes to talk about us as one kind of group of one region, but we're all very different. You know, there's a language barrier, there's different currencies, different cultures, and so it's really about kind of finding localizing a solution for that market, right? And for the Philippines, it's very traffic. So we have to use motorcycles to weave in and out of the traffic. You know, our fleet is comprised of 95% motorcycles. And that's the best way to transport goods. If you look at our motorcycle, and the person delivering the items, items look like, you know, there's some parcels in the front, there's parcels in the back, there's parcels on the side, and that's pretty much the only way to do it. You know, 7,000 islands does also pose a problem, but you know, it's just about, I mean, it's doable. Sometimes it just gets there a little slower than usual, and especially during for example, the holiday season, November, December, the airlines have no more cargo space, so that kind of also creates another problem, because people are buying more during for gifts, and so, you know, now logistics companies are thinking of different ways of delivering, as opposed to, you know, to get items from one island to another. It can't always be through air. So now there's kind of, you know, there's this really interesting company that is, I guess, utilizing like really huge speedboats to accommodate buses of cargo, so you don't have to rely on the airlines. And same thing with you know, really just kind of sea freight. So those can become options.
I have one more question. The first one is sorry. OK， 就是我知道你们大概送了200多个国家，所以你们是做所有 global 的 logistic， 还是做 door to door 的宅配？这两个是不一样的，这是第一个问题。第二个，你们一天下来如果送 door to door 的宅配的话，大概数量跟平均的单价是多少？OK。
I'll try and answer that. Tell me if I answer it. I didn't get it quite right. But yeah, we do deliver worldwide. You know, we're right now we're primarily focused on the domestic market, just because it's growing so fast. As with all other countries in the region, it's growing really fast. You know, cross border. You know, I think it's a huge opportunity, but there's still a lot to work out before it really becomes something really big. You know, in the Philippines alone, there was in terms of what you can import duty free from other countries. This was a regulation that was implemented maybe 10, 20 years ago. So the limit was maybe $1, and everything over $1 would be taxable. So recently there has been a new regulation has passed where now you can import up to $200 duty free. So that could better improve kind of cross border. But again, it really hasn't been implemented yet, and there's a lot of other things. The currency, transit times, but it's definitely something that is, I think it's a priority for many countries to kind of improve kind of cross-border. And in terms of, what we kind of are doing right now, again, it's all about choice for us. We offer anything from, registered airmail all the way up to express delivery. So anywhere from like a 2-week delivery cross-border to next day. And, the price ranges from that from, kind of something very, very affordable to something a lot more expensive, but it'll be there the next day. I hope that answers.
Yes. 就是他已经回答我的问题，因为可能我刚刚问题没有很聚焦，就是说，因为其实我在弄跨境的时候，其实我发现很大一个问题就是，我们可能大家会谈这个物流的部分啊，都会想到就是说，可能在国内就是黑猫啊，或者是可能在配通这个，可是你做跨境的时候，你必须要有shipment这一块，你要有国际的物流。然后所以呢，其实刚刚这个冠廷这边有谈到，就是我可能是直接跨境直送邮局这种方式，或者我就是到人家的仓库这边去做。那所以我刚刚对于 SN 的问题是说，我不是很清楚他们做的是快递那一块呢，还是说他也可以做到这个宅配？可是看起来他都做，就是这样。因为我之前认识的另外一家，他只做后端的配送。所以就说各位在寻找这种可能跨境物流的时候，您可能要考量的就是说它是比较整个 total 的这种提供服务，不然的话你就变成说您从这个shipment的这个报关，然后到那一端的接送到那个另外一个国家的时候，你可能都还要再去找。那我想，因为我刚刚已经物流先开打了，所以我就顺着来问那个这个陈总的部分，就是说。其实以冠廷现在在那个东南亚的这些现在看起来是打算把新加坡做一个这样应该物流的这个 hub 概念那我也想问一下，就是说，因为您也看到很多数据，所以你也讲了一下，可能是新加坡或者是马来西亚。那我也想问问看，说那你觉得就是台湾的业者。其实他刚刚的答案对我讲，就是说他可能先做直送到后面的落地。那你对于我们在做跨境还有什么其他的建议吗？因为你刚刚其实已经讲得蛮清楚的。
从我角度，我先解释一下。如果说我们要从台湾业者来说，有货要往东南亚去的话，其中一个大家都想的是，我可以用新加坡做一个区域仓，一个 regional distribution center， 然后从那边再转发东南亚。实际上，我老实说，不需要。为什么？因为其实你从台湾直配新加坡，然后从台湾直配马来西亚是一样的，你不需要从台湾到新加坡，再从新加坡转一圈去马来西亚，因为你有关税上的优势吗？没有。你有什么任何情况下优势吗？没有。反而你可能你需要承受的就是在新加坡比较贵的人力成本跟仓储成本，对，除非。所以你可能有点想，不是很多公司都在新加坡设立区域仓啊之类的，为什么他们会这样子做呢？因为他们是做 B to B。B to B 的话，你用新加坡做区域仓做一个整合，很适合，因为你的货可能打个比方，大企业你的货可能从越南、印尼、马来西亚、大陆，这里做鞋子，那里做 T 恤，这里做棒球棒，这里做袜子等等。各国做一个很像，让新加坡做整合，整合后再把4个绑在一起，再用货柜这样的方式出去，就很方便。因为新加坡是一个海跟空运的那个集中点，所以做整合有优势。可是如果我们是在讲 B to C 的话，没意义，真的没意义。
所以你的意思就还是要看自己的营运的模式是什么，对吧？就你的数量到底是要用什么样的方式，还有在哪一个区域市场？
对。所以如果说刚刚我提到嘛，如果说你是想做新马的话，直配过去就好了，台湾直发，把你货大多数都在这里。如果说你要做菲律宾、泰国、印尼、越南的话，我个人建议是通过当地的一家公司，可以是自己的子公司也好，也可以是 partner 公司也好，就用正贸的方式进口，然后再从那边做贩售，这样子会比较顺利，因为不然的话，海关那边会有一点点的复杂。对，这是目前看到的一些经历。然后如果说给台湾厂商任何建议或者鼓励的话，我觉得就一点就是 从新马开始，然后勇敢跨出去，好吧
Just do it。Just
do it。对。
好，那最后我先再问那个就是 Mr. Wong， 因为其实你刚刚那个观点让我觉得很讶异，就是我本来会觉得，就是如果线上支付不是那么发达的话，那这个在付款会不会有问题？但是您说到，就是现在目前你们也在跟实体的部分做整合，也就是你们看到的是另外一个80% 的人可以 access 的地方。然后我再问另外一个问题，就是说，我们过去在做推动跨境，我们跟两岸这边，其实有时候金流是跟金流借结，因为这中间会有所谓货币清算的问题。那我不知道台湾跟马来西亚这样，就是我们必须台湾的金流业者跟你金流业者合作吗？还是我们直接采用你们的？这个中间有个货币清算问题，这个我就不是很清楚了。
基本上我们目前的话，就是说台湾的业者直接串我们就可以了。所以我们如果我们做马来西亚，其实我们就是说我们已经串好东南亚了。所以因为东南亚都是各种不同货币嘛，所以我们在做结算的时候，我们就会把它转成美金做结算，然后才统一回到台湾，这样子。
所以不需要再转一手。
目前是不需要，就是其实我们不是说就是只有针对台湾，其实那种国际业者，像说脸书还是Uber Grab 他们要用我们的话，其实都是一样。我们就是不同的货币，然后结算成，除非说他们在不同的国家都有当地的银行户口，这样我们就可以当地的货币结算，当地汇到他们的户口。
这个有要问进一步问题，因为例如说，原来在 Rakuten 他们的这边是说，他可能要在日本要有一个公司或者要代运营，因为这样这个货币才能够汇到那边去。那我跟大陆的往来的部分，是因为那个就像我要在天猫开店，我本身也必须要，就是天猫不是淘宝就是我本身也要在他们那边要开户，银行开户，甚至可能还要公司证明这部分。那在您那边，在马来西亚不需要这样吗？
基本上这个就是其中的一个迷思，所以我们其实在非信用卡部分其实是不需要做这一块的。就是说，你只要用你们在台湾公司的资料交给我们，如果公司的资料充足过后，我们大概可能3年过后就可以把你的那个所谓的那个账号开通，你就已经可以开始使用了。到时你就是告诉我们你的台湾的银行户口，我们就是可以把我们在这里帮你收到的那个钱汇到你台湾的户口。当然，如果你们在马来西亚有的话，就是说，因为我们帮你收马来西亚的款项。你在马来西亚有银行户口，这样你就不会有那个汇率的差别嘛。所以这个是我们被问到很多的那一个情况，因为有些台湾的厂商他们已经是很有决心要在马来西亚落地了，所以如果你已经在马来西亚落地，你当然是在马来西亚开银行户口，我们帮你收到的钱的话，汇到你马来西亚的户口，这样你收到的钱，你又可以在当地做营运，这样你就不会有那个汇率的问题。但是像我们刚才讲的，如果有一些台湾厂商就是可能要尝试的情况的话，这样你就是用你台湾的官网就可以马上开始了。这样当然我们在汇款到你们在台湾的银行户口可能会有一些汇差的问题，但是你就把它当成是一个实验的成本吧，因为相信那个东西其实不会造成太大的问题，因为我们现在是尝试跟好几家银行在尝试说，在我们汇款回去的过程中，把那个汇差的那个损失降到最小。所以除非说你们在马来西亚要使用信用卡提供给你们的消费者，然后用马币做结算的话，这样子的话就一定要在马来西亚设立公司，因为这个是银行的那个 Visa Master 的那个 rules and regulation。
我想因为其实我问了一轮问题，已经问很久了。那我想我很快，因为我希望可能就让大家来做一些提问，所以我刚刚把我这边谈的大概做一个很快的一个小结，就是说，你总结我大概过去5年的一个经验了，就是说，如果你要做跨境电商，那第一个你要先想好市场是什么，因为不管是日本、菲律宾、马来西亚、新加坡，不管是这个您着眼点在哪里，因为有很多人有很多不同的看法。例如，我觉得菲律宾是一个很棒的地方，因为菲律宾的人其实就是他们就是非常的乐天知命，然后他们很喜欢花钱。就各位可以看到的，就是我去他们的 shopping mall 的时候，是大家是 还蛮就是有多少钱花多少钱，他们是一个比较乐天的民族，至少。再来第二个，他们是讲英文的，所以语言通。第三个，他们的这个女生的穿着、男生的穿着跟我们不会有太大的差别，因为它不会有宗教的话不会有太大的差异，所以你会看女生穿的是短裤啊，这个非常比较受欧美这一块的这个影响。那如果说像那个马来西亚的话，其实你可能会看到的是包着头的，或者是马来人的不同，因为他们有200万的印度人，有700万的华人，有2000多万的马来人。您的网页是英文，是马来人的样子，或者是那个，其实一看就知道您的族群在哪。所以其实它也是一个种族很这个包容的地方，所以族群不一样。那到底您要的是什么？那日本的部分呢，其实也是日本的话，各位如果有兴趣可以看，最近在日本那个表参道上面，Ice Monster 非常的红到我最近在老片上面查的时候，台湾的东西竟然是刨冰机，因为他们懒得去排队，说要买刨冰机回家自己打雪花，你知道吗？打雪花冰。所以其实为什么网络是一个很好的工具，就是你们可以在网络上找到很多相关的数据，所以先确认商品的属性适合哪一个市场。第二个呢，了解用比较好的这种数据呢，了解你的 entry 的这个 target 的对象要的是什么，然后考量你的 business model 是什么，是 B to B to C 还是 B to C， 然后再来选择好的 partner， 就是您的可能要找的金流或者物流的业者，或者是平台的业者，或者是代运的业者，谁可以帮你这个忙？所以最后一个就是做好功课就开始及时行动。那我很快把刚刚讨论的东西做一个简单的结论。那不晓得大家有没有什么其他的问题想要问我们楼上我们这边台上的贵宾？
好，我们后面这边有位贵宾要提问。
Thank you very much for the speech. I enjoyed a lot personally. I have a question regarding your speech. We talk a lot about retail, and what if your product is intangible, like services, consulting, e-learning? What will be the main challenges in your region if we want to enter this new market? Thank you.
所以有问题要问谁呢？
Okay, no, I start from Malaysia. Okay, thank you.
其实你的问题其实蛮困难回答的。为什么？因为你讲现在数位内容嘛，但是如果数位内容其实非常广如果你讲游戏的话，线上游戏其实这个我觉得在这个其实是非常普遍的，所以它其实重点还是回到你的那一个行销，你怎样把你的好的内容传达给你的消费者，怎样去教育他们？其实我可以用，或者说这个产品的就是这个内容 learning 是值得他们付费的。我觉得这个是比较关键的地方。
我觉得于长，你要不要帮忙补充一下，就您的观点？
我蛮同意的。其实，不管是不是有形还是无形的货品服务也是一样的。其实就像刚刚所提，最主要是怎么样找到就是你的商品或者服务是否符合这个市场的需求，然后based on这个，然后先拟定你想要说话的对象，你的 target audience 是谁，然后接下来用什么样子的 channel， 什么样的方法是最好可以触及你的 target audience 的。经过这一些，我想你如果这样子分析自己的 business， 应该就可以找到对的 approach。
请问有回答你的问题吗？那我们还有其他的观众要询问的吗？好，这位小姐。
我想问的问题是关于法律的问题，就是我们的化妆品的法规在台湾非常的严谨。 那我不知道说到了其他的地方，东南亚的国家，如果我们直接，比如说我们自己的平台，那直接开通，就是可以让我们国家的人员购买的话，那我们在于化妆品这个装潢上面的这个广告用词的法规，那是依照我们自己的国家呢，还是要依照我们国家的法规？
来，这个问题只有我回答你，因为他们全部都不知道。哎，基本上台湾的装潢那个化妆品的这个跟其他国家是不一样的哈。那所以呢，包含如果你要去大陆的话，你需要有它的这些证照。那再来就是它一样也不能夸大。所以我们台湾比较特别，是我们以前的化妆品广告是要先送审，现在不用了。但是呢，我们不能强调疗效。那在大陆呢，基本上是不要被抓。但是他夸大疗效被罚很重。所以他可以回答，太好了，因为我知道大陆的，我跟你讲，其他国家都不一样。
I'm sorry if I misunderstand the question or not because I have a personal computer. I haven't wear the headset. I think you're talking about cosmetics and they're subjected to food and drug regulations. And I think that's the role of government. In Thailand, we have Food and Drug Administration. And the Food and Drug has passed the standard, we issue a certificate. Now we are encountering the same thing that food and drug are being sold online and some of them are fake. So now we are working on the structure, infrastructure for checking. For example, if the registration can be checked online, that would make the buyer more confident that they're buying a safe product. In particular, if you can have a system that can track and trace for traceability, that would also help. We did that for food exported to EU because of the regulation. We could do the same for cosmetics and food.
Thank you so much. 我要补充新加坡。
对，就顺便补充一下新加坡针对化妆品这一块。其实新加坡进口方面 B to C 还挺开放的，所以如果你是 B to C， 不管你商品也好或者广告也好，它的政策的那个角度是，如果是 B to C， 消费者自己上网上购买的话，风险责任都在于消费者。对，所以这样子讲，他应该就很明白了。对，马来西亚也是类似这样。
他意思叫你就是直接用 B to C 进去了。
可以找我。
如果说是菲律宾的话，我们之前有一位业者，他就是有到菲律宾制作这个化妆品的。那基本上呢，就是他们也有他们的规定，所以我可以跟你说，不同国家真的是不太一样。那台湾的也没有办法适用，好，所以可能您要目的国家之后，这就是为什么跨境贸易这么麻烦的一件事情。它是不同的国家、不同的文化、不同的货币、不同的消费习性，然后甚至不同的法规。你中间还有，对不起，我们还有所谓的 FDA 的签订，就是说我们跟它有个关税的部分，好，所以这个真的是不太容易。所以刚刚那个冠廷的陈总其实教了大家一个很简单的方式，选好一个市场之后，可以先用所谓的跨境直送来测试。那我先跟大家讲一下，分享一下，我之前有一个业者跟我讲的，可以做一个所谓这个三角形的一个这个 check， 就是说，第一个，您的产品是什么？然后你要很确定这个市场要不要这个商品。第二个，你怎么导流量过来？你透过 Facebook， 如果您在泰国可能要用 Line， 您在这个菲律宾可能要用 WhatsApp， 你可能另外用 Viber， 不一样，每一个地方用的都不一样。那甚至现在有 Instagram， 不一定是脸书，好，所以你用哪个方式来导流？第三个是你可能真的要选好一个 partner， 因为我之前跑大陆的时候，其实很多人都说，你还是要有本人啊。不能就是偶尔这样来沾酱油，就偶尔去一下，所以还是要有一个好的 partner 比你更了解当地市场，因为你并不住在那里，你不知道现在最火热的用语、最流行的广告用词是什么， 所以有一个好的 partner， 它是用这样一个三角的方式，商品、流量到 partner。其实这个你也可以去思考，你在做跨境可能还有其他要考量的地方。那我们时间差不多了，还有没有最后一个问题，好不好？最后一个问题。
您好，我主要想要询问一下，就是关于乐天在于跨境电商市场的发展策略。就是因为今天在下午的时候，一开始简报有提到说，就是乐天是以商务为中心，作为就是一个平台，你们这个平台发展的核心。现在假设是如果是一个日本业者，他们想要发展就日本以外的市场，比如说像是东南亚或是台湾，那作为乐天这个平台本身，你们是会把它引介到，比如说像刚刚有提到的乐天 Global Market， 或是直接引介来乐天台湾平台呢？还是会直接在乐天的平台上面借接就是各国的金流，比如像是基于东南亚，可能就会借接 MoPay； 基于台湾的话，可能会找台湾的一些像是超商来做所谓的金流的合作。对，所以我主要针对这一段的话，想要询问一下，就是谢谢。
Okay, yeah, thanks for asking that. So we have two ways. One is we sell directly from our global store, and to go into deeper into that, obviously our cross-border business from Japan to other countries, the volume is China, Hong Kong, U.S. and Taiwan. So we have different teams specifically focused on localization. So, but they mainly work with SEO because we try to get the direct search from Google, and also we try to use local talents because we know that in Asia they're very keen to like celebrities. You know, like WeChat, like someone so and so is using this cosmetics, or I have this, or I have this piece of clothes from Japan, and people are very keen to those kind of information and very influenced. So we try to influence from that side. And the second thing we do is currently we have a shop in Gmarket, JD.com, and I think those. And I think one more Chinese market that I'm not sure, but we do cross sells. So we have our Rakuten shop in there, and they have their shop in us. So by actually having a Rakuten mall, sort of like a mall in mall type of model, by doing that, we can actually have attract access from domestic, not just internationally, but domestically. You can find Japanese products in their market. Does that answer your question?
其实那应该想要问他，台湾有没有可能跟他们做 cross 这样子的一个 cross sell 的这种方式，对不对？我们努力一下啊。那我想今天因为时间差不多了，那这个也非常感谢各位，因为其实今天听一整天下来非常的辛苦哦。那我们再次谢谢这些从不管是从日本、从菲律宾，然后从这个马来西亚，还有我们台湾的业者，我们给他们一个掌声鼓励好吗？谢谢。
Thank you so much.
那今天的论坛就到这边结束，谢谢各位。
好，在大家离场之前呢，我们有一个精华影片哦。我们从今天早上，然后到现在呢，我们特别剪辑成2分钟的这个影片，请大家呢在离场之前呢，和我们一同来观赏一下。We got a 2-minute video. We have put together today's highlights and some important moments into a video. Let's have a look. 好，我们大家一起看哦。
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to 2016 Asia Pacific E-Commerce Summit.
亚太地区的书名。
Ladies and gentlemen, 2016 Asia Pacific E-commerce Summit closes right now. Thank you very much for your participation.